Blaze. Oh, I'm doing well. I hope that continues to be true for the next 5-ish hours. But
Hey, I will have everyone know I have been adjusting my sleep schedule for like 2 whole days now for this run. So, but no, this is gonna be a lot of fun. For those who don't know me, my name is moonblazewolf. You can call me Blaze. And this is Fuga Melodies of Steel. This is I guess we'll call it a tactical RPG. It came out in 2021, and it is, for me personally, one of the best games I've played in the last couple of years. It's a really cool casual experience as well. The casual experience is extremely different than the speedrun, and so I definitely recommend checking the game out if you get a chance. They are also making Fuga 2. It's going to be out in May of this year, and they have said that it is going to be a trilogy. So you've only missed one at this point. It's going to be very easy to catch up if you like what you see here today. So.
on rats, I forgot to do my homework.
Quiet. Do we need to boost anything? Please let me know. I'll go ahead and put the game audio up a little bit. I'll go ahead and put myself up a little bit. Y'all just let me know. But Firebird, do you want to kind of introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about your overall thoughts of Fuga. I know we're a little ahead of schedule here, so I want to make sure we get the audio good. Okay, audio is good.
Yeah, I am a Firebird lover. Not particularly a streamer, with very rare exceptions, but I am good friend of Blaze and generally a lot of the streaming communities these days. And while I have never had the opportunity to play Fuga, it isn't quite my RPG style. I think it's a very interesting RPG, one of the more unique ones I've seen. My personal take on it is this is the best auto-scroller RPG I have ever seen.
Hey, now let's not call it that already. But yeah, you'll get a sense for how the game plays as we get going, and it is a long run, so I don't want to spend too much time before we get into it. But Firebird, I did ask you one thing. I will let everybody know. I know this isn't a charity marathon, but when I've run this game in charity marathons in the past, we've done a couple of donation incentives. One is for the voice language of the game, which I'm going to go ahead and set to Japanese for tonight because we do have the Japanese restream who is carrying this run as well, and I hope that they enjoy it. This game has a really interesting development story. It's a French developer, or a French creator, and a Japanese game studio, so there's a lot of French and Japanese influence. But Firebird, the question I have for you is the game also has costume DLCs. And the choices for tonight are Back to School, which is school uniforms, A Way of the Sword, which is samurai, or Fantasy, which is kind of like general fantasy costumes. And I am going to throw it to you. Which one would you like to see for the run tonight?
Well, I'm kind of inspired by a lot of conversation recently. I'd love to see what these little characters look like when they're cosplaying as the D&D characters.
All right, so we're going to use the Fantasy. That's actually the newest costume DLC for the game, so we should be good there. And I think let's just go ahead and get started. So I will start the time, or I'll call for the start of the timer. I'll do a countdown here in just a second. I need to go ahead and give myself a fresh file. And I need to kind of preload this reminder about the game's save system, which is a little bit unique. But yeah, I think we're about ready to get started. So I'll go ahead and do a countdown, and let's get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. And I think the biggest feature of Fuga, people know this as the tank game. So Firebird, do you want to talk a little bit about the tank and what is going on here?
Sure thing. Okay. So yeah, the tank on the left. Oh, thank you, game. Right, perfect timing, showing us the guns just as I start speaking. The tank on the left is us. The tanks and or flying things and or whatever else we see on the right will be the enemies. Our tank is some combination of super technological and magical. I've never quite worked that part out.
I think we
it
can
doesn't
safely
help.
I think we can safely call it a magic tank.
Yeah,
It's like the magic school bus, except it's a tank.
yeah, that's probably a good call. It doesn't help much when I've mostly watched Blaze playing this in speedruns. I did watch him play casually the first time, but I didn't catch everything, and so I don't catch a lot of the plot sometimes. But it has 3 guns. Except this is where things get weird. What gun it has at any gun port is entirely based on what kid is sitting in the gunner's seat. So right now we have 6 kids. The front 3 kids, as in towards the right side, the bigger picture, is the kid sitting in the front seat. The kid directly to the left of them is the kid, basically their co-gunner. They are a support role, but they do not affect what gun is being fired. So that kid on the right side decides whether it's the blue gun, which is machine gun. This is the weakest of the guns, but has the best accuracy.
Yep.
Also, very good for breaking through shielding, which we'll see later.
Yep.
Is red the next level up?
Nope, yellow is second tier.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're doing great with the explanations so far, by the way. I appreciate it.
No problem. Yellow is the next damage level up, and it is the cannon.
Sorry, grenade launcher.
Grenade launcher, sorry.
That's okay.
This is live, Barrelicious. Or either that, or this is the best replay ever, because somehow I just responded to you in chat. So yes, that gun, well, it's the middle gun. I unfortunately don't have much to say for it. It's kind of the uninteresting weapon. And then you have finally the red one, which is the cannon, and that one does the most damage by a far margin.
Yep.
Each kid specializes in a certain color. It's just as simple as that. They know the names, they talk about the names, but we just think of them as the colors because that's what's going to matter as the game goes on.
Yeah. The colors matter, but then each child has unique abilities that they get as well. So it's definitely an interesting combination where you can have like multiple kids who use the same type of gun, but they're going to use it in slightly different ways or have different strengths and weaknesses.
Yep. The main reason we're going to care about the colors is going to come up a little bit later. We'll start to see, I mean, I don't remember we've seen on any of the tanks yet, but we'll start to see on some of the enemies little clocks near their health bar. They will be red, blue, or yellow. The way this works is every time you hit the enemy with the appropriate type of gun, one of those clocks, there you can see them now, one of those clocks disappears. If the last clock disappears, their initiative gets knocked way back. And if you look at the top, we have that initiative bar. So Blaze can tell exactly which enemy is going to go when. He's speedrunning, so sometimes he doesn't get to pay that close attention, but when he is paying close attention, he gets to know which is about to go, maybe can delay them and just get enough shots in to kill them before they actually get to take an action, or kill someone just before they take an action normally. So that can be really useful to mitigating the damage we take in these battles. For right now, Blaze is mostly just using the best gunners he has. There's a little bit of using our blue gunners because they have special abilities that break shields, and we're starting to see some shields. They are next to the enemy health bar.
Yeah.
It's a number and a shield. Basically, it's a percentage damage decrease for all damage as long as that shield is there. The higher the shield number, the bigger the percentage.
Yeah. So I think we kind of did a nice overview of the combat. Now we're going to get into a little more of the intermission stuff, and there are some things I can do to kind of manipulate the combat system or the turn order, and we'll definitely get into that. We got a long ways to go with the run tonight, but I've seen people asking in chat about the combat system and if it's turn based, and the answer is basically yes, but it's a little bit more technical than that because each character has speed. And each skill has cooldowns, so it's it's more numerical, I would say, than like Final Fantasies, or Final Fantasy X, which is like strictly just, you go, then you go, then you go. So
Yeah, though I do think that's probably one of the better comparisons I've seen. I hadn't thought of it that before, but for a couple of reasons, I do like that comparison.
yeah, for sure. It actually reminds me of another game that I'm learning right now called Chained Echoes. But anyway, yes.
Yes, we know you want to talk about that. This is a nice long run. Blaze will have plenty of time to talk about Chained Echoes later. This is our first boss of the game. You'll
Kind
note,
of.
kind of. You'll note.
We do need to talk. We do need to talk about what's about to happen right now, though.
Yeah. Okay. This is a scripted fight, and we're about to lose this very scripted fight. So the game tells us, hey, there's only one way you can possibly win. Use the soul cannon. The soul cannon is the very morally depressing part. There are lots of morally depressing parts of this game, but this part's really sad. The only way the soul cannon works is a child goes into the chamber, the soul cannon fires, it drains the child's soul completely, and they die. But the soul cannon destroys whatever is in its path. Mechanically, you can only use the soul cannon when you're at half health or less.
On a boss fight. Yep.
On a boss fight. And the game will encourage you to use it in every boss fight. This is scripted.
Yeah.
We had to use the soul cannon right there. But in this scripting, all the kids are about to be really depressed. Because did you throw Kyle in?
No, Malt's faster.
Malt's faster.
I know.
Malt,
everybody wanted to see Kyle be the fodder for the soul cannon, but it's okay.
Because Malt got thrown in, all the kids are depressed. Basically, we have to lose this battle coming up, and Blaze is just going to lose as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're still in a tutorial right now. The game we're learning about a lot of different mechanics, and kind of like the last one that the game teaches you about is the soul cannon mechanic, which we're actually not going to use in this run because then we would not be eligible to get the true ending.
Yep. Which, that's the word. This is the perfect time to mention. That is this category.
Yep.
The category we're playing is true ending. There's a couple things that have to happen for that to be true, but the main important thing that affects this is all the kids have to be alive at the end.
Yep. No using the soul cannon. There's no shortcuts for this run. So, which is actually why I prefer to run this category in marathons, because the way the soul cannon mechanic works is it lets you basically skip the really hard boss fights in the game. And that's a shame because honestly the boss fights in this game are super interesting. So true ending is the way that you get to see all the cool bosses. And also you don't have to deal with the morally ambiguous feelings that come with putting small children into a soul cannon.
And this game really wants to make you feel bad about it if you do.
Yes.
Also, I'm going to ignore your pun, Nooster. Right now, what Blaze is doing is intermission. Specifically, this is downtime. This is, if you've ever played something like XCOM, this is the strategic layer, basically. We are using these AP now to do actions inside the tank.
You're fine. I'm doing something a little different, so just keep going.
Yeah. Every action has a certain cost to it, and there are a lot of actions inside this tank. Sadly, because this is a speedrun, we only get to see a couple of them.
Yeah.
Specifically, we're going to improve some links between characters because that makes them better. Remember how I said there's one character in the front seat and one character in the support seat? Well, when you make their bond closer, when you make them better friends,
yes,
they get better at supporting each other.
Yep. They also get a very powerful attack, which is called a link attack. So it's a couple of reasons, but specifically for right now, we just talked about why we don't like. Well, we didn't really talk about why we don't like Kyle, but if anybody's kind of watching the dialogue here, you can tell he's kind of a spoiled rich kid. But Firebird, why are Boren and Kyle becoming besties right now?
Boren and Kyle are becoming besties because Boren has no taste in friends. Well, I'm sorry. Boren and Kyle are becoming besties because Boron has basically one of the most powerful attacks in the game, and as is common with that, some of the worst accuracy in the game. Kyle, as in the support seat, basically turns his accuracy right up to 11.
Yep.
So they make friends real quick, and now you suddenly have the guy with the really big gun who doesn't miss.
Yep. And in addition to that, Boren also gets all of the most powerful, I guess the easiest way to call them is like AoE attacks in the run.
That's exactly what I'd call them.
Yeah, so we're basically setting up so that our character that is able to hit everything for the most damage will never miss, which, if that sounds good to you, it is. It is very, very, very good.
Yep. Yeah, this, so now we are facing the true first boss of the game. Sadly, because we don't really have a lot of toys yet, this is mostly just a slugfest. Those piercing shots will show off a little bit. They're kind of important. They'll knock down that shielding.
I'm trying very hard to light the tank on fire also.
Yeah. What's that fire percentage on this? 40%?
It's like 40%, yeah.
Yeah. The fire's nice. If it gets on, every tick, it just does set damage without ignoring shields. It's really good. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, the reason I am shredding the armor when all it's doing is repairing it afterwards is if I leave the armor up, it will heal its hit points instead, and so it's much better just to keep working on the armor, even if it's gonna repair it anyway.
Yep.
So.
And armor is meaningful. Like at one point, I was doing a little quick math, watching this, and if there's something late in the game that has an armor of 7, and I noticed that when an attack was hitting it, it was dropping the damage down to about 10% of the normal value. That
quick
is
update,
just,
it is on fire.
Yes. You can see the tiny little flame right next to the shield on the gun.
Yep.
Boss music for this game is called Flowers on the Trail, and it slaps. Thank you for that information, and agreed.
That is accurate, yes.
Yeah, I like the music in this game. It's a little sadder than I think I could deal with for a 5-hour run if I were playing, which is part of why I don't speedrun it. Like, it is sad music, but that's because there's very, very meaningful themes in this game, and we'll talk about those themes a little bit later on. Like I said, for now, how come we didn't get the do you want to use your soul cannon? Oh, because that's right, because this boss battle.
Yeah.
Every other time in a boss battle that we drop below half, the tank will try to convince us to use the soul cannon.
Yep.
Most of what we were getting there, that was levels, but we also get a rating. The rating is mostly meaningless. It affects how much experience we get, but not in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the SAS ranking, and yes, we may get some unfortunate words later.
It's been known to happen. Yeah. I don't have any control over it. Sorry. I know it's a family-friendly stream, but anyway, it's fine.
Family-friendly game too.
It's definitely not a family-friendly game.
Well, it's got cute little.
We're getting introduced to a little. Just really quick, I just want to jump in. We're getting introduced to a little village tutorial there. That should be the only time I enter a village in the run. Usually, we'll stock up on supplies, but I get enough of them in the run that I don't really need a ton outside of that. But for marathon safety, I always like to grab a couple just to have. But the other cool thing is there's an entire comic book in this game, and you can get a new issue of the comic book in each village. So anyway, I thought that was pretty cool when I played this game.
So did we get all those messages because it was telling us, oh, by the way, you picked the DLC outfits?
No, that was earlier. This was at various points throughout the game. It'll let you know that there's more stuff that you can do in the tank.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, we really don't care about most of it. We're basically just going to be talking to people. I'm maxing this out, by the way. It maxes out at 10. We'll be upgrading the tank. We'll be doing a little bit of what's called scrap fishing. I'll actually start doing that after. Whoa, I must have needed like one more point to get across the line there. Oh, ouch.
Yeah, that was just a miss, man.
It's all good. But once you get to rank 10, you've got the maximum link attack. And also, each character's bond has a passive effect. The accuracy is Kyle's. We kind of talked about that a little bit. But what we didn't talk about is those also strengthen at level 2, level 5, and level 10, I believe, as well. So that's how you get that maximum boost.
So what you just saw there was Blaze upgrading. That's how we improve the stats of the tank. The fishing is how we're going to get the items we can use to upgrade. Yeah, and we'll get other items just along the way and some other stuff. But that's how we improve the stats of the tank. That's why our health is now 5,500 instead of 5,000. So
yeah. The other thing that's really important about what you do during the intermissions is the character that you are controlling actually gets experience as well. So you noticed I'm doing everything with Boren, even though, like, I mean, if you kind of think about it objectively, like, Boren is probably not the best person if you know the characters and like their personalities. Boren is probably not the best person to be like working on the weapons and trying to upgrade the tank, but you know, it doesn't matter in this case. So
yep. Bourne will do basically all the work until we get Sheena. Then we're going to race her to level 17. Then it's right back to Boron.
There's one character that you missed in there, but yeah, for the most part, we're only going to do intermission stuff with a couple specific characters that we really, really care about. And we will end up with 12 children over the course of the run, but really we're going to only use about 7 of them, maybe 8 a little bit.
That's correct, Red Kirby. No soul cannon.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot hack. Sorry.
So yeah, at this point, really, like, the only one of the character combinations I'm using that is actually, like, the one I'm going to be using for the rest of the run is Bourne and Kyle. And then for the rest of the time, the other party will mainly be composed of characters I'm getting later on. Although Sox is actually pretty good because of the way status effects work in this game. We saw the flame on that first boss, but there will be other ones as well later on. And status effects are very good in this game, especially on bosses, and so we will be using Sox to... He'll be one of the characters, because the yellow characters are typically the ones that are best at inflicting status effects. So we'll be using Sox a fair amount over the course of the run also.
So Happy Coco, we have actually discussed that a little bit in the past, and the conclusion that we have come to is that the tanks in this game, not just the main tank, but other tanks as well, basically all look like the devs' kids were allowed to make tanks.
It is kind of like that. Like, it's like a dollhouse almost.
Like, if you look at the enemy tanks, they all have dog ears.
Yeah.
Like, look closely at the top of the tank, and they have these tiny little ears.
Yeah, you'll definitely start to notice that on enemies. Do you want to talk a little bit about the branching path mechanic for the game? Because I just got to the first one of those.
Oh, sure. So I said earlier that this is kind of an auto-scroller game, and I still stand by that a little bit. But there are times that we get to choose a path, and it's the game is not subtle about this. They will tell you straight off. One path is safe. One path is dangerous. Which would you like? Well, because this is a speed run and because we've tested the other options, the answer is in every single circumstance, with one exception in Chapter 5, we will take the safest possible path.
Yes.
It is the fastest path. We don't need the extra experience or goodies that we might get from the more dangerous paths.
That is correct. Yeah. And it is quite a bit. I have a casual playthrough of this game where I basically made myself take all the hard paths, and I got like 10 more levels by the time I got to the end of the game. So it is a pretty significant amount of difference.
Yeah, and in a casual playthrough, you will be more interested in those paths because they have better, they give more experience, they give better gear. I mean, and not gear in the terms of stuff you equip in the tank, but in stuff
Yeah.
that you can use to rebuild the tank or
Upgrade your
foods,
facilities, yeah.
or food that you can use for the cooking minigame that we will never touch in the speedrun.
Yeah. Yeah. It also gates certain things. We haven't quite gotten to this yet, but there are things like ruins, for example, and sometimes you need to take a hard path in order to get to the ruins for a particular chapter. And again, that's just another mechanic that usually gives you more upgrade materials and stuff like that. So
Bearalicious, there are no known glitches for this game.
there's a couple exploits. We'll talk about those a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where it's kind of like it's the way the game works that it doesn't really talk about it in a way that, like, if you were just playing this casually, it would be apparently obvious to you. But we can do some manipulating of, like, the turn order, and we can basically make the slow characters go fast or go twice in a row sometimes in a way that honestly feels like cheating a little bit, but it's totally legit.
Oh my gosh, you need to ban your brother. He's making puns in chat.
Oh, Hotbot. Yeah, this is the non-canon ending, exactly. Although I will say, if you watch the trailer for Fuga 2, this is also the canon ending because all of the kids are back. So
I was supposed to. I forgot to do my homework.
it's okay. It's a really good trailer. It definitely gave me chills. They're definitely working on some enhancements and expansions of the systems that are in this game, which is really, really exciting for me, for sure. So
It's a 5.5-hour run. I can watch the trailer sometime during the run.
yeah, you could actually watch the trailer, like, let's see. You could watch the trailer like 110 times during this run if you wanted to.
Let's not.
It's like 3 minutes long.
So we're beginning to see how this is going to play out. Boron hasn't quite gotten to his skills that we absolutely rely on, but we're already at the point where the rule of thumb basically is: are there multiple enemies? Let's use an AoE to get rid of as many of them as possible, and then let's focus fire down whatever's left.
And it's generally important to shred some shields, but you don't need to shred all of them. Like, usually getting rid of one layer is enough to kind of keep the damage flowing. And as the game goes along, we'll also get attacks that will get rid of more than one level of shield at once. So
yeah, we're gonna go through SP like it's water.
that is actually true. Yeah, that's part of SP management is actually something that's pretty important to this run. So
Yeah, to comment on that, RPG Mel, we do go back in time in the tutorial, and then that never comes up again in the game. Like, that's the only time travel that happens plot-wise. That's a little weird.
yeah.
So, I mean, it's the obvious solution to make the tutorial work, but not well explained. Coming up, we're about to face the second boss. Before every boss, before every single boss in the game, you get a very large refill of SP and health. So,
Okay, so I was able to get that last level there, so everything's level 3 now. We will cap out at level 10. I believe if you play the game casually, it goes up to either 15 or 20. I think it's 15, but yeah. It's definitely higher than 10. Failed upgrades in this game actually aren't that big of a deal because you still get the XP, and you don't. If you fail an upgrade, you don't lose the materials, which is really nice. So
you do lose the time though, and that can be annoying in the wrong circumstances.
Also, this boss really, really sucks, so I'm gonna focus. So you can talk about that, but if I'm not careful, I could potentially die, and I don't want that to happen. So
yeah. So like I mentioned earlier, we don't have a lot of our skills yet, so this is also another sort of mostly slog boss, which means we have to be careful here. It's going to be a long fight, and this thing, if it shoots us, can hit. That wasn't so bad, but tanks can really hit like a truck. If it goes into fury mode and it points its gun up, we can take close to that full 6,000 in a hit.
Yeah. This boss also introduces a different mechanic that we haven't had any exposure to yet, called Wrath. Do you want to talk about what Wrath is?
I called it Fury a second ago, but yes, Wrath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Basically, right as it reaches half health, it'll take an action to go into Wrath. Wrath is not fun. Wrath just doubles its damage. And as we learned in a recent practice session, it can eventually time out. It is a status effect that will eventually time out, but it's just going to rip through us like a hot knife through butter while it's happening.
Yep, so we definitely need to be careful with that. Although at this point, it's going to go in into Wrath during the next phase. So now I'm kind of at the point where I just need to finish the fight as quickly as possible. And I'm actually looking pretty good here, so I'm going to do a quick repair instead.
Salty Cracks, you're correct. That is a Dober tank. This is a great time to even mention this. The enemies in this game are all Dobermans, and they're referred to as Burmans. If you do not get the World War II analogy,
sorry.
Well, yeah, I'd say you go back and take history again, because they're not at all subtle about this.
No, we are fighting Nazis.
Yeah. Right now we're using link attacks.
Oh, we missed. I was
amazing when they hit. Remember, I said that could hurt a lot.
Yeah, well, I took a risk there because so the fear thing that the characters with the sweat emojis on them, it does lower their accuracy. However, Bourne still has that really, really good bonus, and so I was hoping that he would still be okay, but unfortunately he was not.
Yeah. When they hit, link attacks are amazing. They do an enormous amount of damage to everything on the field, and most of them have some sort of extra effect. As far as I know, they all do, which is all different, depending on who the lead person is in the link. So, oof.
I'm okay. I'm just
Okay.
I'm trying to finish this fight fast, but if it just kind of like refuses, I'll just play it safe. So.
Yeah. Not seas. You are correct. These are lands. Oh my gosh. What is with the puns in chat?
I should be good here because I'm actually going to get to do. So here's an example of what you can
let's
do.
Talk about this.
Yeah, so I just attacked with Hannah, but I'm going to make her attack again because I want to delay him, although it also killed him, so that's even better. So
yeah. So that's something Blaze done a couple of times, but I don't know if we've fully talked about it, is Blaze has the ability to switch around what kids are in what seats. He's only allowed to do this every 3 actions. Or I guess after 3 actions. Basically, you do it, you have to do 3 actions, and you can do it again.
Yep.
And when you switch around, this is where things get a little bit weird, because the guns basically maintain their initiative position. I soft them. So somebody who has just acted and been thrown to the back initiative order can be thrown right to the front of the initiative order by moving them into the gun that's about to go.
Yep.
It's weird, but it's entirely intended. This is one way that, like I said, that actually made me think a little bit of FFX and the way you can swap characters in and out. But like I said, so it happens every 3, and Blaze will be using this strategically throughout the game to give himself new abilities, to adjust his initiative, to try to take advantage of those delay attacks that we've talked about. All these things are part of what he'll take into account when he's doing that.
Yep.
Now you'll notice that we don't have Boron here. This is Hack.
Yeah, we just got
Hack?
2 new characters.
Yes, the twins, Hack and Chick. Hack is the next member of our ideal way too much damage club.
And And his sister really is his partner in crime as well. Like, they are absolutely like the Wonder Twins. They're a dynamic duo. They are amazing. They work very, very well together.
Yeah. So Boron's big thing generally is dealing damage to a wide group. He gets all the best area effect stuff in the game, and he gets multiple of them over time. So it really just keeps him. With these kids, Hack sits in the front seat, she sits in the back seat, usually. Sometimes we'll swap them because she's actually got some good toys too. But Hack has, will get soon. It doesn't take him too long to get it. An ability called Burning Trigger. Burning Trigger is his unique ability. No one else in the game has it. And oh my gosh, is it impressive.
We'll talk about it a little more when we get it. But yeah, he is like we talked about Born earlier as like the AoE. Hack is like the point damage, like single target damage. He is the king, so.
And he's fast about it too.
He's extremely fast, yeah. Now I'm gonna save 5 AP here, because I actually need to rest because during the last battle, Socks got injured, and if he gets injured again, he will get knocked out, which means I won't be able to use him until the next intermission. But you can rest, and they get if you rest, characters will gain a certain amount of XP, and they will also lose that knocked out status. So,
and that's the reason that when Socks rested, we're allowed to rest 2 people at the same time. So you'll note the second person rest was Boron. Give him more experience.
Yep. Yeah, Boron is our XP sponge, and there are a couple other characters that are going to sort of be in that as well. We were also doing a tutorial about hero mode, which this is the only time we're going to get it as part of the tutorial, unless it sort of happens by chance. But this is another like just very interesting casual mechanic that we're not going to get a lot of exposure to in the speedrun. But some of the characters have very, very powerful hero mode abilities if you play the game casually, and you can actually influence them triggering by, during the intermission, kind of doing the things that they like. There was a notebook that I'm not sure if everybody saw the notebook, but there's this notebook, and if you do what the kid says they like, they will be happy, and then they will have a greater chance to get into hero mode. So
that is a very tricky little thing to try to deal with, since there is zero chance, and I really mean zero chance, of making all 12 kids happy. Like, they all want to spare different things. You just don't have enough action points to mess around with.
Yep. It's also fairly random, so you can't like rely on it.
And in speedrun, we sadly ignore it completely. If we make a kid happy, it was pure chance.
Yep.
They just happened to ask for the thing that we're going to have them do anyway.
Yep.
So that is flying enemies. Yeah, we're seeing flying enemies here. Flying enemies are hard to hit. That's their gimmick.
Yep.
Normally you need the blue guns to hit them, but we're cheating.
You're definitely not supposed to be able to hit them with Boron like that.
Yeah. They're hard to hit unless Boron's got Kyle in the back seat. And which of our AoEs are we currently using right now?
We're using Fragmented Shot. There's kind of like 3 tiers that Boron gets, and we're on the first tier still.
Yeah. Using Fragmented Shot. But that's enough. It doesn't matter.
We'll have the second one by the time we get to the boss of this chapter, so it'll actually go fairly quickly. Just because of how we're dumping all of the XP into him during the intermissions. So let's talk a little bit about Chick and Hack, because they're kind of like dynamic duo number 2. We already talked about Born and Kyle being like the AoE team. Chick and Hack are kind of like the point damage team, although Chick is going to do some pretty cool stuff in this run as well. And in fact, I'm going to bring her in now, not because of that, but I'm going to bring her in because there's going to be a big string of yellow enemies coming up. And Hack isn't that good yet, so we're going to use Chick quite a bit in this chapter.
Yeah, Chick's going to come in Chick's going to come in a lot for a couple reasons. One of which is because she's got access to one of the coolest status effects in the game, which makes it so that if you put this status effect on an enemy, they have a much higher chance of being affected by all other status effects.
Yep. It's basically bad luck.
Yeah. This is a boss killing thing. Let's be clear.
Yep.
We can use this to stun lock some later bosses. It is really good.
Yeah, hopefully if
Um,
everything goes well, we should be able to stun lock some of the bosses, maybe for the entire duration of a fight, and a big part of the reason is because of that bad luck effect.
Yeah. Um, but she's, she's also the yellow gun, as we mentioned. But when she's in the support seat, so in the support seat, she will decrease the cost of abilities that Hack uses.
Yep.
This is going to become really meaningful. And yeah, he hasn't picked it up yet, but if we're going to talk about them, I guess this is really the time to talk about it.
That's fine. Yep, we can talk about Burning Trigger now.
Yeah.
We just have to be done by the time we get to the ruins so that I can talk about that.
Yep. He's going to get something called Burning Trigger. Burning Trigger, like I said, nuke ability, and it just does something that I've never seen in a game before, let alone, anything else in this game does it. Which is, the first time you fire it, it does, base damage. The next time you fire it, it does, base damage plus 30%. And the next time you fire it, it does, base damage plus 70%.
Yeah, I used to know the number off the top of my head, but it caps out at almost double damage.
Yeah, I forget if I remember right, it caps out at 70 plus 77%. It's
Yeah.
where so basically, you fire it 3 times, and now it's primed. Every time you fire it after that, it's going to do this max out damage. Oh wait, Salty Cracker, here's where it is kind of new. It doesn't reset between battles.
Mm-hmm.
It stays as long as he never takes any other action than using this Burning Trigger.
Yep.
And this is one of the other reasons we might swap in Chick at times. Because if we swap the seats on them, and she fires or does some other weird action, whatever it is, anything, even if she uses an item,
Yep.
that doesn't end the Burning Trigger because he hasn't taken an action that wasn't using Burning Trigger. All that matters is on his turn that he uses Burning Trigger. The only time this will reset is during the end of the chapter.
Yep.
And then we have to do the 3 again. So yeah, and this is not particularly expensive. It normally costs 5.
Yep.
5, right?
Yep.
But with her ability, we're going to drop the cost down to 2.
Mm-hmm.
So basically free.
Yeah, 2 is very sustainable.
Yeah. So. Oh no, it's entirely intended. Soften.
Yeah, they don't describe it in a way that makes you immediately think that it would work the way that it does. And I've definitely played plenty of games that have mechanics like Burning Trigger, and it usually resets at the end of a fight. Or maybe in this case it would be like a sequence of fights. But yeah, in this case it will last an entire chapter before it resets. So once we get that ability, which will be when Hack hits level 10, I will do nothing other than Burning Trigger with him.
And we finished just in time because we have hit the ruins.
Yep.
Okay. Ruins are amazing. By the way, if you're playing casual, the ruins are probably one of the most fun parts of the game. Heck,
It's a
even
fun
the speedrunner
it's a
kind of-
very fun little mini game. I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's also
Unfortunately,
adorable.
Unfortunately, we don't get to really talk much about it. But basically, it's a quick little adventure into the ruins, Indiana Jones style. We're picking some stuff up. Specifically, we're trying to get, 8 crystal dust here?
At this particular one, we're trying to get 8 crystal dust because that will let me get the reactor all the way to level 5.
Yeah, we're hoping to get 8 crystal dust. If we don't get 8 crystal dust, then we have to go into a...
We did not even get close to 8. It's okay.
We're going to have to go into the ruins again when we get to the intermission.
Yep. So
Which
that's
you can.
That's one of the major elements of RNG in this run is there's 2 times that we go into the ruins needing specific items. I believe the way the layouts work, I think there's kind of like 3 standard layouts or distributions of loot that you get. I believe one of the 3 in both cases has the combination of things that we need to just sort of do it in one instance. So 2/3 of the time you will have to go in during the intermission and do it again. So we'll be doing that here. So if you like that, you'll get to see it again right away.
That is correct, Kurt Mack. It is a very fast skill. I have seen 3 burning triggers go off in the time it takes Boron to recover from using an ability.
I will probably get a different... Yeah, I got a different layout here too. But yeah, we'll see if I get the 6 crystal dusts that I need still this time, or I might have to even do it a third time, so...
We have recently learned that characters who are currently injured cannot go on expeditions.
That is true. Alright, I've got 2.
That's what I saw so far.
See what I can get. Oh gosh. Forgot those spikes were there. He's okay, folks.
We can end at any time if we've gotten our
Got it.
numbers. That was 5 in there, yeah?
Yeah, I got it off of the monster always drops, I think, 2 or 3, and then the chest has a chance to have 5 in it. So we're good now.
All right.
So now we just need to keep power leveling the twins' relationship. So yeah.
Yep, now the twins just have fun. Well, they chat. I mean, they've known each other for life. I don't understand why they don't already have a 10 relationship, but whatever.
Yeah, Hack is a little bit of a rascal. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, for anyone who plays, I know at least one person in chat. This is Porum and Palom.
I like that analogy for sure as a Final Fantasy IV fan. So
we've ended with even AP. That's even better here because.
Yep, because it's Born's gonna go do more stuff, and all the stuff I want Born to do is gonna cost 2. So having an even number is nice.
Yeah, basically it's 10 or 0, no in between. We're gonna raise exactly 1 relationship to a 2 later. And technically all the relationships start at 1, but that's a technicality that the game treats as 0.
All right, and I also just expanded the fishing stand there because that'll let me get some of the there's some additional items that you need for the weapons to get them from levels 3 to 5, and so that'll give me a chance to get them when I'm doing my scrap fishing, which I'm not going to do a ton of, but it is the best sort of like... It's the next best thing to do if you can't upgrade anything anymore.
Oh boy. Possum wants the soul cannon, Porum.
There will be no soul. There will be no soul cannon. I'm sorry, soul cannon fans. You have to come back and watch a normal ending run sometime.
All right, we are now beginning to get into our groove. Oh, we still are missing 4 characters, so of which Sheena's a big deal. Jean's still to come. Yeah,
No.
or do we have them?
Nope. There's more characters to come. We will definitely talk about them as they join the party. I'm trying to think if there's anything mechanically that like we didn't really talk about too much, or maybe neglected to explain fully. So I guess if anyone in the chat has any questions, maybe we can do like a wild card round or something right now. If there's anything you're not getting so far, 40 some minutes into the run.
Go for it, chat.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember who's that 12th character.
Brits. Oh, are you
no.
joking about
That's
Wappa? Are you joking? Are you making a Wappa joke? Okay.
I was.
Okay. We're like one experience point short of burning trigger. So.
Bum ba bum ba bum.
Oh man, the sound effects in this game, the little voice acting stuff. I mentioned while we were getting set up that the main, I guess the writer or the director of this game is French, and then the development team and the company, the publisher, is CyberConnect 2, is Japanese. I should probably also mention that this game is part of the Little Tail Bronx series, if anyone in chat is familiar with those games. So that would be Sola Torobo and... my brain is hurting. Help.
I don't know. I really don't.
Tail Concerto. So this takes place in the same universe as those games, if you've ever played those. It is, I believe, supposed to be a prequel.
Like a far in the past prequel.
Yeah, this is like the groundwork for everything else that happens in that universe. So at the end of the game, again, if you're kind of familiar with the setting of Tail Concerto or Sola Torobo, like you'll see like the world-defining event that happens. So
So to answer your questions, Salter Cracker, in a casual playthrough, would you be expected to level and use every character equally?
No.
I don't think you would be expected to. Can you? If you want, but I think the expectation is that most people will tend towards favorite characters. You know, give or take, probably about 8 or 9 of them.
Yep.
In much the same way that if you've ever played like Final Fantasy VI, you probably had a favorite team and a couple alternates, and then got really upset when you got to the final dungeon and had to use a lot more than you were ready for. But,
for example, I have excellent taste. I'm a good judge of character, and I don't like Kyle, so Kyle did not really get used in my casual playthrough at all. And this speedrun is literally not possible without Kyle.
Floppy arms. But yeah.
Yeah, those other games are actually very different than this one. They're more kind of like platforming action games. This is much more of like a RPG life simulator, life management kind of game. There was a game that came out a little bit later on, I think in the same year or maybe in early 2022, called Spiritfarer, which I haven't really played, but I've seen a lot of. And the Spiritfarer has a lot of the same mechanics as well, where you're kind of like on a vessel and you have a bunch of different NPCs who do different kind of like village things. So
my comparison to this is a game that not a lot of people have heard of called Regalia of Men and Monarchs. I think that there's a lot of similarities in not in the mechanics of combat, but in how you go between combat and this management phases.
Yeah, I actually, so someone mentioned Really Really Longathon. I actually did run this game in Really Really Longathon, and they were actually doing the replay of that earlier today. So I actually, I was pulling up Twitch to watch the marathon after dinner to kind of like keep an eye on, where the schedule is at. And my friend Scala Kitty was running Haven earlier, and she did a fantastic job with that, so I wanted to catch some of that run. But yeah, they were like replaying my run of this from Really Really Longathon as well, so that was kind of funny.
So you were studying.
Yeah, I did a little bit of homework on the final boss fight and all that, because it was almost over by the time I caught it. But yeah.
Yeah.
I do have Burning Trigger now, so I need to start charging that up. But that was a good fight to keep chicken for because it had a yellow, and Hack is not going to get in this fight either.
Because Hack would just miss.
Yeah. The other interesting thing about Burning Trigger, so there's actually a couple things. So first of all, we already talked about the damage bonus. It actually has a shorter cooldown than a normal attack, and it's also more accurate than a normal attack. So it's basically better than anything he could do as a normal attack for 2 SP, which is just absurd.
And we've already gotten to the point where it is 2 SP.
Yeah, because we already maxed out that relationship, and that is the bonus for Chick's support ability is, I mentioned the 3 levels earlier, so for each of the 3 levels, the SP gets reduced by 1. So that is like the max effect, is reducing the SP of abilities by 3. He also makes this amazingly cute sound effect when you use Burning Trigger, so get used to hearing that. You're going to hear it a lot tonight.
It's cute the first 10, 15 times.
Yeah, I'll probably use Burning Trigger a couple 100 times, so I hope everybody likes it. Oh, and Boren also just got his tier 2 AoE ability right in time before the boss fight here, which is called Shell Festival, so...
Oh, Shell Festival is going to be used a lot this game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very effective, so...
Yes.
The, let's see, who is our third boss? Do we hate our third boss?
We're coming up on it. It is Tilzer and Grobian. They're dogs.
They're all dogs. Okay.
There's one cat.
One
There's one cat. And one cat is also trying to be a dog. Oh, wait, what did I need for that? I need 3 more Rusty Barrel S. Okay, so...
Chick's hero mode lets her use her skills for free. It's a shame we'll probably never get her hero mode. I don't think we'll ever...
We shouldn't, no.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever do any action with her. But the only way we could get her hero mode is just she wants to sleep and she happens to get injured.
Yeah, the hero modes will not happen intentionally, so... Wow, this is a good fishing session. I actually don't even want to upgrade. I want level 5 cannon. Give me level 5 cannon, please.
Yes.
Hack is also a red weapon user, so that just makes Burning Trigger even better.
Statler and Waldorf, but as decrepit Nazis.
That's fairly accurate, yeah. I would agree with that assessment of these next 2 bosses.
Yeah.
So I guess the other part of the story, so we mentioned we're fighting Nazis. We didn't really mention why the kids are in this tank or like why we're rolling against the Nazis. Like we're not just doing it out of the goodness of their little hearts. All of the parents have been basically kidnapped and we are trying to find them. So that's sort of what's going on there backstory wise.
Also, well, I know that these are supposed to be dogs. I take one look at that bottom one, and I'm telling you that's a pig.
He's a little piggy. He's a little piggy-like.
Yeah. Wait,
All
no,
right,
the
good.
voices are Japanese, right?
Yeah, we're using the Japanese. Voice language.
You should see You should hear Japanese voices. See French. Yeah, there is a French choice for voices. See French text on some of the splash screens, and then English for most of the rest.
All right, so the top one now has that bad luck effect that we talked about earlier. Boy, I'm getting really bad luck with who's getting delayed, I have to say. And they're also doing a lot of damage, so it'll be fine. I will probably have to drop in a heal here a little earlier than I would probably normally like to do. But we got the fight in a pretty good shape other than that, so... I do need to kill the top one first because he will start healing the one on the bottom. And they also have kind of like a dual attack that they will do that I definitely do not want them to do.
That is Shell Festival, as you see. Oh,
80% chance, 80% chance to hit, and he missed. But that's okay. That's just how hack is sometimes. And now he did the stealth. Okay, it's fine. This is not really going the way I had hoped, but we'll be fine.
Stealth is extremely frustrating. It is very high evasion.
And now he's doing the recovery stuff. So yeah, you jerks. We'll get the top one down as quickly as we can, but he's got this like really high evasion thing going on, and it's gonna make it a little more challenging than it would otherwise. But he's on fire now, so that should help. I'm gonna go for it. 50%. Come on, Hack. I believe in you. Yes, good job, buddy.
Yeah. The number was partially covered there, but you see how much the bar dropped? Yeah, when he hits with this...
Oh, 2 for 2. That's my guy right there.
Hits like a truck.
Yes. I'm actually going to bring Chicken for a second for 2 reasons. The first reason is I do want the bad luck on this, but I also want to do... her link attack, and I don't want to do it with Hack because then he would lose Burning Trigger. So we're going to do it with Chick instead.
Probably won't matter. I suspect he's going to die very shortly after this link attack.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Come on, 2 for 2?
It's okay.
No.
We got this fight nicely back under control now, so I'm not worried about it one bit.
There we go. There's the fire.
He's not going to get another turn, so it's probably not going to matter.
Occurs to me, I don't even know what the link attack, what the link attack is when Hack leads it.
Yeah, I don't either, actually. I think it's smoke. I want to say it's smoke.
How much damage does a truck actually do to a war tank? I don't know, but it destroyed it.
Warren is depressed.
This is something
that's
else.
okay.
We just
that's
saw
okay.
this. Okay, that's something worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Anytime we're knocked below half or already below half and take damage, there is a chance that we'll get a status effect on one of our kids.
Yep.
One of the kids in the front seats specifically.
Yep.
Common ones are depression and injury.
Yeah, depression is the least likely. Most likely is fear, and then injury, and then depression. So that was kind of bad luck. But it happened on a boss fight, so we can just cure it during the intermission.
We are kind of terrified of depression, specifically on Boron, to be honest.
Yeah, any of our major damage dealers, if they get depressed, and it can happen in random, like the set battles, not just the boss battles. So if it happens like right after you leave an intermission or something, it is really, really crippling and very bad for your run.
Yeah, the only cure for depression is to talk to the kid a couple times in an intermission.
Yep.
Fear lowers accuracy, yes, but depression. Sorry, you're right. I didn't mention what it does. Depression is silence. Yes, you cannot use any of your special abilities.
Yep.
Remember, I said that basically we burn through our SP like water. So yeah, that is horrific.
Okay, good. I got it first try. The dialogue in this game is actually kind of interesting. So there's whenever you're talking or whenever you're trying to cure depression, there's like the 3 levels. There's like a good, better, and best answer that you can give. And those are, it's important to kind of get those correct. So thankfully we got that the first try.
Fear is so much better because yes, it lowers accuracy, but it can go away during the fight, and it always goes away at the end of the fight. Like, so much better.
Yeah.
Injuries technically don't do anything to you when they first get you.
Yep. It's the second one.
Yeah. Yep, Kurt Mac has it right. Completely prevents you from fighting until it's cured, and it's only cured at the end of the act. So don't take a second injury.
Yes, it is very bad.
It's 5 action points in the tank to cure an injury effectively. If you have 2 people injured, you can get them both at 5 points because they can both sleep at the same time. Yeah, you can't go to expeditions while you're injured, but that doesn't really matter.
We only go on 2 expeditions anyway in this run, so that's not as big of a deal, but yeah, that is true. But yeah, like, it is one of the things about this run. Again, it's a little bit of RNG, I would say. But it is something that I am constantly having to think about because I really do, in pretty much all situations, want to keep my health above 50%. Specifically so that I don't get that really bad RNG roll where I get like a character depressed or something. Depression's really the only one that's bad. The other ones are very manageable, kind of like Firebird said. But if you have a character that gets depressed, you're basically just screwed until you get to the next intermission. So,
yep.
There's also
okay.
Yeah, no, just you can cure it at the next intermission for depression. You just have to talk to them.
I was talking the injury.
Injury, same thing. If they actually get knocked out, which does not happen very often, I honestly don't even remember if they come back when you sleep or if it's at the end of the chapter. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I trust.
Kurt Mac says you can sleep it off.
Yeah, sleep it off. This is like a lot of stuff. Anyway, this is Sheena. She's the magical girl, and she's amazing.
We're gonna try to get her to level 17 very quickly.
Yeah, as soon as we get her here, we'll get going on that.
Because she's one of our blue guns, and we want to get her to break 2 shields at a time.
Yeah, Sheena is a very, very powerful character in the speedrun. All of these abilities cost SP, and Sheena's... I have Shell Festival now.
Yep.
That's fine. Sheena's passive ability when she's in the back seat is when you use a normal attack, you get SP back. So that is very, very powerful. And when that's maxed out, you get 3 SP back for every normal attack. And as we were talking about earlier, a fully... so the burning triggers now only cost 2 SP. So you can kind of do the math on that. It basically makes burning trigger free with a little bit of interest. If you have Sheena in a support role, so.
Yep. Later, Surly. Thank you. And thank you for your run earlier today.
All right, so now we are going to say goodbye to May. May is not going to be really a part of things much anymore. Whoops, that is the wrong
she was
ability.
just kind of sitting in a seat to keep it warm for Sheena. I mean, we are basically... So there will be a little bit of shifting around this third seat. But we are sort of at our mid to end game groupings, with some modifications on this third seat.
Yep. The third seat is basically going to go to whoever is my best armor shredder / Sheila. Or Sheena. I don't know why I said Sheila. I know why I said Sheila, but I meant to say Sheena.
So yeah. So this is... So now we've got our Burning Trigger. We've got Shell Festival, which is, while it's not the best of the area effect attacks, it's a nice bread and butter. Will take us all the way through the middle of the game. This is solid. And we've got Sheena. She hasn't gotten her I can break 2 levels yet, but she's at least beginning to do her job. So everyone's kind of beginning to do their job now.
Yep.
Which means now things start to get a little bit samey.
That's true, yeah, and that is something that does need to kind of be said about this run, and it is not lost on me. But yeah, this run does get fairly repetitive. It's probably the one thing about it that is, maybe not too great, but it's still a lot of fun, and it's very, very enjoyable for the runner. So
yes.
You do have to improvise a lot. That is for me personally, like, my favorite thing about this run is it's not gonna, I mean, you're gonna do the same basic route every time, but there's so much RNG and like individual actions that can lead to different outcomes and things like that. You're constantly thinking about, what do I need to do now? What do I need to do differently? It's very not set in that regard.
This, for example, hey look, we didn't have Boron in front and there was flying things. Put Boron in front, kill flying things. Very common. Note there's shields on top, we're breaking the shields. Like this is all where a lot of this is gonna go. The reason to mention that it's samey is not to make you dislike the game. The game's very solid, solid mechanics. When we're in the speedrun, you see mostly the combat, but when you're playing casually, you're gonna see possibly less combat than you do intermission, basically.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna spend a lot of time with your intermission. You're gonna learn about the lore. You're
gonna spend a lot of time with the characters, getting to know them.
This isn't a charity marathon, Bersic, but we do appreciate that.
Sheena has a doll, and yeah, the doll is named Bluette, I believe.
Yeah. So things, for example, that we don't do in intermission, since there's an intermission right here. So we'll do a quick talk about some of the things we don't do.
Yeah.
There is a place where you can cook on the tank. You can see it off there to the right, just off to the right. We won't even go in there. But there is a place in the basement. There's a garden in the basement where you can obviously make the things that you then end up using to cook.
There's livestock in the basement.
I forgot there was livestock in the basement. Yes. There is laundry, which maybe Blaze will do laundry at one point just for kicks and giggles. The idea of that is it happens at the end of each chapter, and it's basically a free conversation, but it's also laundry.
It's actually a free social level. You actually get a whole level regardless. So, but yeah, it's
like,
nice.
Like 3 free conversations, or 2.5, depending on what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Don't call WAPA livestock. Who's Wappa?
Wappa likes to hang out on the roof. I don't know what she's doing up there. I never make it up there.
Yeah, the tank's got a lot of rooms, a lot of things you could do.
Yeah.
We just don't.
Yeah. Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking to Kyle earlier. Kyle really likes fashion and the opera and etiquette. And now we're talking to Socks, because these two are going to be attached at the hip at various points in this run. And Socks likes comics, machines, and inventions. He's basically a nerd.
Mm-hmm. Good for him.
He's also the only character in the game who's not named after food, which is kind of interesting to me. We should probably go through the roster at some point and just talk about how everyone's named after food.
Okay. Give me a second. I have to pull this one up. Fuga characters. Come here, boys and girls. There it is. Oh, that's right. It's the TV tropes one. I don't know why, but it is.
Yeah.
All right. So, we have these starting 6 characters. We have Malt Marzipan, because they doubled down on food for him.
Mm-hmm.
Or Malt Marzipan. He is arguably the protagonist, kind of.
He's the oldest, as he likes to say.
Yes. He is 12, and eventually 13, and a German Shepherd. Oh, right. After I've done that, I want to undo that, because that is a lot of information they give me, and I want to get to the next person. How do you undo that? Oh, that's how. Good. We have Hannah Fondant, which I assume is a reference to fondue.
No, fondant is like a type of frosting or cake something, I believe.
Oh,
it's like
bad.
that. It's like that decorative frosting, I believe.
She's basically the same age as Malt. So, he can only so much say he's the oldest. She's a cat. So, Turkish Angora. We have Kyle Bavaroy.
Sure, it's French. I don't speak French, so
I shouldn't try. I shouldn't try. Oh, yes, the last time we did this, by the way, I could not identify almost any of the foods.
But I'm sure
really
you've
sad.
had a chance to learn. You've had a chance to learn a little bit since then.
And the best part about it is someone's like, "Oh, these foods are easy to tell. They're all like Danishes and sugary stuff, so everyone should know them." Thanks.
Well, you don't have a lot of sugar. We've talked about that.
Yeah, I don't eat sugar. So.
Yeah, it makes sense.
We have Boron brioche, and this was another one that I was like, "What's brioche?" I believe it's a bread.
Brioche is like a bun. Yeah.
Yeah. We have Socks Million. Isn't that the one we couldn't quite figure out what? It was
No, he's not named.
referencing?
Socks is not named after food.
Okay.
Yeah.
May Marzipan again. Okay, so that's easy. Same. Chicken Hack are Mont Blanc, which I've been informed is something to do with food.
I still hold that they were named after the Moogle in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance.
That's a food?
No, but it's a Mont Blanc. Have you played Final Fantasy? Hold on. Have you played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance?
No.
Okay, never mind.
I don't have any portable systems.
I gotcha.
The only portable system I ever owned was an original Game Boy, and it was like over a decade after it was released.
I gotcha.
Sheena Falafel. I recognize that one. I do recognize that one. Gin Macchiato. He's a basset hound. This person named Wappa? I don't know. Wappa Charlotte. This running joke of who's Wappa is due to the fact that, to be perfectly honest, Wappa doesn't
We don't
furious
talk about
speedrun,
Wappa, but yeah,
effectively.
we also don't have Wappa yet. So a couple of these characters are ones that we don't have quite yet, but
Yeah. Wappa will not sit in any of the seats in the speedrun. Ever. At all.
Is
Every
not
other
allowed.
character will be in a front or back seat at least once. Wappa will never be in a seat. So, she also comes late enough that it's easy to kind of forget she exists.
yeah, it's kind of like
yeah.
musical chairs, and honestly, by the time we get to that point, like all the chairs are taken. So sorry, Wappa.
Yeah, Wappa lost before she even joined. And finally, Brit Strudel. Hey, I recognize Strudel as well.
Strudel's a good standard. Good
Strudel
go-to.
is so appropriate here because Strudel is so... Well, we'll get to that when he comes in, but Strudel is so appropriate.
It has many
And
layers, just like Brits. Right? That's what you were thinking?
Oh, I'm not even gonna. No. And introduced in Fuga, Melodies of Steel 2, since we might as well talk about it because is Vanilla Muscat. So,
Yep.
another character referencing food.
And Muscat is one of the officers. So we haven't really seen them because they're all in cutscenes that I'm skipping. But we've talked about the Burmans, but there's also like the French side, and they're all named after wine. And one of them is General Muscat, I believe. So my working assumption is that Vanilla is the daughter of one of those army officers.
Yeah.
I think I just
Like-
attacked the wrong one, but that's fine.
Well, let's see.
No, I didn't. Hey, go
Oh,
me.
you checked the right one.
Yeah.
We didn't get attacked.
Yeah, they're
So
named
you
after
attacked the
wine.
correct
There's like Merlot and Muscat, and there might be one more, but those are the two that I remember. So, and it's French, so that makes sense.
And you see more of it. There's a General Merlot in the Gasco army. What's the Gasco
That's
army?
that's the French side. That's the
Oh,
good.
okay.
That's the good guys, although they're kind of terrible at everything. So that's why we're gonna save the day.
There's Colonel Pretzel, von Stollen, and von Baum. Okay, von Baum doesn't sound like it's actually food, but Flam Kish.
My assumption with Flam, who we'll see in a little bit, is Flam is like flambe.
That makes sense.
She's very fiery, so that makes sense to me.
I almost said clam fish, and I was like, that makes sense.
So now that we've made you all sufficiently hungry,
Yeah. Speaking of, I am about to go and get something to drink because I don't have water or orange juice.
okay.
This is gonna
Well,
be a
we are
long
almost to a
night.
boss fight, so
Well, then I'll wait till the boss fight's done.
okay.
What? This boss 4 or boss 5?
We're on chapter
4.
4. Yep.
Yeah.
This is the Lorelei, which is one of the bosses that. So there's some bosses in this game. The chapter, honestly, they kind of go on the evens, it seems like. But there's some bosses that we're gonna see sort of like throughout the run as kind of like recurring mini bosses as well. And this is gonna be one of those. So
Oh, she appears in 2 boss slots, right?
Flam does.
Yeah.
That's not. This is the dome looking thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh yeah. This game does what every older RPG ever did before. Hey, it's been a boss battle previously in the game. We're gonna turn it into a regular enemy later on.
Yep.
Enjoy.
Yeah, it's kind of like well, we were just watching Dragon Quest, and you get the green dragon that basically I'm assuming the version that the runner was doing before this works the same way. But you get the green dragon that's like blocking your way, and then eventually you just get like, green dragons everywhere, so
Yep. The Green Dragon, which is basically the only boss in the game other than the Dragon Lord.
indeed. All right. So we're going to we can't really get into the armor right now, so we're going to go ahead and try to light this thing on fire instead.
Yeah. There's no reason to try to dig through that 7 7 armor. We just wait for this to open up.
I meant to put
And-
Kyle in there because he's actually got an ability that I
completely
would have liked
ignores
to use,
armor.
but honestly, like, it worked out fine, so I can't really complain here.
Yep.
Because now it's
Instead of-
open, it has no more armor, so now we can just use Burning Trigger with impunity.
And we will.
And yes, here we go.
Also, let's use some link attacks.
Yep.
They do a lot of damage.
Yep, those link meters will fill up over the course of chapters. A lot of times they will actually fill up early enough in the chapter that I will generally use them on certain fights, maybe like around the halfway point of the chapter as well. But early on, the chapters are short enough that you generally don't get those opportunities, but later on you absolutely do, so... Alright, I want to switch to stun locking this thing now, so let's try to make that happen. Whoops.
Is this the one that cheats?
No, that's chapter 7.
No. Yeah.
Alright, so the stun locking, the way that is going to work, if I can get it to happen, is we want to do bad luck first to increase... Oh, I don't have stun grenade on him yet. Never mind. That'll be coming later. I'm probably just like one level off from that, so... but Chick has stun
Chick have
grenade.
it?
She does, yes. So we'll try it maybe once here. I don't want to... Yeah, I don't want to wait too long on it because I'm sort of... the trade-off for that is I'm not doing Burning Trigger, so it's generally not... It's not really going to be worth it, so...
There's something we haven't done yet this entire game. We just defended.
That is true. Now, it's going to call reinforcements. If you do get the stun lock going, you can one-cycle this thing, but it's extremely, extremely hard to do reliably because of the just... Everything's percentage-based, so... So we're going to kind of have to wait here until it opens up again and just make sure that we take these things out so that it doesn't get any heals on itself, but that will not be hard to do.
Yeah, thankfully we have 54 SP, so Boron can just wipe them out in a single shot.
Yeah, they're also weak enough. I can kind of just... they're weak and slow, so I can kind of just delay them and finish them off that way.
Yeah, you see that? That was 29 damage from Burning Trigger.
Yeah, the 7 armor is pretty substantial. So I'm actually leaving that one red clock on it right now. I'm doing that on purpose because I want to stun it immediately when it opens up again.
So the reason I mentioned 29 is because previously, when he didn't have 7 armor, we were doing almost 600. So, forget I said 10%. I'm sorry, that's 5%. That's how...
I am going to try to...
much the
I'm
armor
going to try to light it on fire again, because in these situations, that does really help with the damage. The flame does a percentage of the boss's damage, or health. So, if it's basically an HP sponge, lighting it on fire is just going to do so much damage over time. Oh, Socks is depressing.
Oh,
That's depression number 2. It's fine. Honestly, I'm just going to repair here. That's fine. Kyle has this ability called Sharp Arrow that ignores armor, so that's a good thing to kind of use in this situation as well. But honestly, like, the fire is going to kill it here in just a second also.
Yeah, I don't think that depression will matter basically at all, so...
It's just going to cost me time to find him and clear him up, but that's okay. I was hoping he'd, like, open up and then just immediately explode, which does happen sometimes, and it's pretty funny, but we'll just do it with a normal attack instead.
We'll just explode him instead.
Yes.
Well, that boss fight, it was a little bit, it was a little bit of a pain in the butt only because it didn't want to get stunned because we didn't have the combo to make the stun lock work easily.
I think he opened up like a turn sooner than he normally does too. I don't know if there's like different scripts for that, but I felt like he opened up pretty quickly, which isn't normally how that boss works. So that threw me off a little bit too. Because generally you want to light him on fire and then stun him later.
Yep. All right. Well, we got a little bit of a break here, and there'll just be an intermission. So I'm going to head off, grab some drinks, and be right back.
Go for it. I can definitely talk about what's going to be happening here, which is we are starting Chapter 5. We are immediately getting my personal favorite character in the game, who unfortunately is not going to get used all that much in this run, although in the short term we're going to use him for a couple battles. But this is Jean. Jean's kind of like the mechanic factory dog, and he works on the tank a lot. But we're not going to really use him all that much, so for now, oh good. I'm glad the one thing that can be annoying is when you have to like find a depressed character. They can be anywhere on the Tyrannus, and so like sometimes finding them is legitimately like the most challenging thing that will happen. Alright, I'm just gonna actually go sleep 3 times because I don't really need to do any more scrap fishing at this point. Oh, actually, I want to be doing at least some of my resting with Sheena as well, because I do want to sort of power level Sheena to level 17. And then this is the one time where I'm not going to be taking the safe route, because the ruins are in the top here, and I actually need to go to these ruins because they are going to be the thing that unlocks the next tier of upgrades for me, so... Alright, so we got a couple of fights here with some yellow ground enemies. Jean starts out with an ability called Minefield that will hit all ground enemies, plus they're all yellow shields, so or yellow weak, so it's kind of good for that. But Socks will learn that ability as well relatively soon, so this is just kind of... Jean has it when you first get him, so he's definitely better in the short term. Yeah, we're just going to be fighting our way to this next ruins, and then we'll be jumping in there. In this ruins, I need to get 8 blueprints and 1 basic tools, which again, if I get good RNG, I can do that in, you know, the game's equivalent of like 1 cycle, but it'll probably take me 2 again if I was to guess, so we'll see. We'll see if I get lucky this time. Yeah, handled those fights pretty well. It is the normal fights, so they are a little bit harder than what I would get on the lower path, and there's an additional encounter, but it's worth it if it lets me upgrade the weapons and stuff. Basically like 2 full chapters faster, I believe, than I would normally be able to. Alright, so the layout for this one is always the same the first time. I kind of know there's 1 blueprints. Everybody, look out, Sheena. Okay, she's fine. The funny thing is, I believe, and I haven't played the game at 30 FPS for a while, I believe if you play the game at 30 FPS, you actually do have to wait for that. But if you play at 60, you can hop over the spikes and then run back over, and you're fine. Alright, I'm looking for basic tools, and I have not seen any yet. What have we got in here? I did get basic tools. I think I'm like maybe 2 blueprints short. I need 8, and I think I got 6. I got 7. Okay, so I'm short 1 blueprints. So at the next intermission, I will need to do that ruins again, but I'll only need to do it for the 1 blueprints, and then I can quit out, so...
I see we hit the 1 exception while I was gone.
The 1 oh yeah, yep. We talked about it. It's all good.
Yeah. I love the
I
fact-
got 7 blueprints and I needed 8, so I will have to quickly dip into the ruins at the intermission and find a blueprints, but then I will be good to go.
I love the fact that we pick up blueprints there, because it's like, we need blueprints to build something. It's like, blueprints of what? Not just blueprints.
Yeah, just generic blueprints, you know. That's how this stuff works. Don't see anything wrong with this. This fight's kind of annoying. The fights do start to ramp up a little bit. The game does get a little bit harder with the random encounters. It starts to take off the training wheels a little bit.
If you see that front tank, we're going to see tanks of that type from this point on in various fights, and they all suck.
Yeah.
Like, they have high armor and a lot of health.
Yeah. They're very slow, thankfully. So there is that, but yeah. They're very tanky.
Burning
Trigger's pretty good, though.
And once again, I'm convinced the devs just let their kids draw all the tanks in this game.
I think that one of them must have had a kid, and it was just like, you know what you should do? You should put ears on that thing. Should put a nub on that thing.
Also, right now, we're dealing with my biggest pet peeve in the game. You'll note we just went into a green node on the screen, and we picked up energy. And our energy bar is blue.
And what color is our health bar, Firebird?
Green.
It is. And what are we about to pick up on the map? We're picking up red, and guess where it's going to go?
To our green bar, of course.
And then we're going to pick up green, and it's going to go to our blue bar. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Also, I feel bad for anyone who's actually red-green colorblind, because this has to be the biggest ever.
Another little quirk about this game that is just kind of like, it just gets a little bit tiring, honestly, is anytime I switch characters, I actually have to switch 2 characters just because of how the support system works. It's not enough to swap one. You generally have to move both of them, and it does create a lot of...
So to answer a question someone asked earlier, while I don't think that you necessarily play with all the characters, you do form relationships between more likely to form relationships between all the characters when playing casually. So what Blaze is complaining about with his swapping is less true if you're playing casually.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely tend to mix and match a little bit more, I'm sure, when you're playing the game casually. I don't know why I keep thinking I have Piercing Shot 2 already.
We should be getting it soonish, shouldn't we?
No, it takes a little longer. Level 17's pretty far off still.
Also, in case anyone's curious, what would happen if Blaze, made a mistake and accidentally took one of the harder paths instead of the easy path? I
would never do that. What are you talking about?
During one of our practices, Blaze did miss an input, and ended up taking a dangerous path. The time cost for that was what, 12 minutes?
It was like
minutes?
9, yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely double checking to make sure I don't drop an input on those menus, because they can be a little laggy sometimes, so.
Yeah, the time.
There's no take backs, so.
Was massive.
Yeah, it was not a good time. It will not happen tonight. I will be sure of that.
And you have to understand, what makes this so impressive is it's basically the same number of battles. They're just that much harder.
They're so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just fought this guy as a boss fight. Thankfully, he's not nearly as big of a sponge this time. To the point where I can actually kind of take him head on, I would say.
Yeah, my comparison when we were talking about this recently was I was reminded of Double Dragon with a Bobo. He's the first boss you fight in the game, and then you get to level 2 of the game, and it's like, oh, there's a Bobos everywhere now.
Yeah.
Apparently they started cloning this guy.
The model was put into mass production. But yeah, part of why I do the shredding of the armor on this one is you can see, like, I mean, he's not opening quickly, and he'll be dead before he opens up, so. And I'm trying to keep my health comfortably above half so that I don't have to deal with the status effects and things like that, so.
I like the Double Dragon movie, Lemon Kitsune. I don't know why, but I do.
Alright, so we're going to go rolling into this intermission here. I do need to go get that one blueprint. I believe I'm done scrap fishing, so I don't really care about that anymore. If I can't upgrade stuff, I will probably just be sleeping now.
Yes, note they're pretty generous with the health and the SP. We really can spend it freely, and we get a lot of items that will restore it as well. We just don't want to spend too many actions using them.
Yeah. All right, so everything is level 5 now. That's good. So now we'll go ahead and go up and get our last blueprints. That should let us get all the way up to level 10.
Yep. Yeah. Basically, there are 3 tiers of equipment in this game. The first tier gets us to level up to as high as level 5. The second tier will get us up as high as level 10 in all of our stats.
Oh, we're done.
The third tier we will not see during the speedrun. 10 will be the max out for the speedrun.
Yep.
This means fights will be a little bit of a slog by the end, because the game's kind of expecting you to have gotten your into that third tier, and we just it's not worth the time.
Yeah.
So we're using mid-game equipment all the way into the end game.
Yeah. Getting past level 5 definitely helps, though. For most of the run, it really starts to bog down, I would say, again, kind of like the last 3 chapters, but it's generally it's pretty good until that point. You're going to see a lot more of me swapping Borin up early so that he can do his big AoE before he normally would be able to, just to sort of get some of these more annoying enemies under control.
Yeah. He hits hard. Bad accuracy, but we fixed that. He's also slow. And the fix to that is just to have a fast character going before him and then swap him into that fast character slot.
Yep, and thankfully Hack is very fast. So that usually works out just fine.
Oh, look, and the bad guys even missed. Like, it is nice that bad guys can miss in this game. A lot of RPGs I've played where it's like you feel like the bad guys can never miss. No, they missed a somewhat reasonable amount in this game, you know?
Yeah, apparently that thing, the Tyrannus is pretty big, but apparently you can miss it. I don't know.
I mean, it's a magic tank.
It is a magic tank. It's very agile. You wouldn't know by looking at it, but
is this the first time we've seen this annoying type of tank?
no, we've had a few of these. They are mostly sponges at this point. Get at least one level of armor off of it here.
And we remembered we had fragmented shot.
Yeah, it was nice just to do a little bit of damage and not spend all of my SP there, so that worked out fine.
Blaze will occasionally downgrade to lesser abilities.
Sometimes
Just
it's
save.
enough to get the job done. But yeah, again, it's like you're really thinking a lot during this whole run. You don't really get any mental breaks that way, so.
Which is why we try to keep Blaze entertained while he's doing the run.
Yes, that always helps.
No, it'd be great. Attacks that passively knock armor off. I mean, that would be wonderful. I know somebody's got a hero mode that basically does that. Boron, I think?
That'd be Boron, yep. I'm going to use the link attack here for these two, just because otherwise it'll kind of go to waste. And here I can light stuff on fire.
I mean, we'll see what the devs do with Fuga 2. I think one of my big hopes, and I know others have somewhat agree with this, is that the yellow feels. I hope that yellow feels a little more useful in the next one, because currently feels a little bit not great.
Yeah, I think when I played the game casually, the reds actually were harder to use casually because there's just the red users are generally very slow. But yeah, but they are the most powerful, so. Yeah, Boron's ability also gets rid of the shields regardless, or the clocks regardless of what color they are. It is pretty ridiculous. I do agree with that assessment. I think I randomly got Boron's the other day.
I remember you randomly got one of them. I didn't think it was Boron. I thought it was somebody who was stunning.
I think actually maybe I got Boron's when I was practicing earlier today, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
It
remember
does
you
happen.
randomly getting someone who was just stunning with their attack.
Mm-hmm.
Hero mode lasts for some amount of time.
It's like it's usually like 6 actions, I want to say 5 or 6 actions.
I don't know. It feels like about a fight and a half usually.
Yeah. Again, we don't really get it very much, so it's not something I know a ton about, but I do remember them being quite good from casual play.
And you don't get a great sense of how long it lasts when the game introduces you to it, because they
Yeah.
give it to you on the character whose hero mode is. after he attacks, he basically goes again immediately. It's like, well, okay.
Yeah. It does not last for one chapter. That would be ridiculous. If it was that good, we'd probably deliberately try to get it in the run.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would be, like, maybe not for marathon runs, but for anything where you're trying to get a world record, that would have to be the strategy.
Yeah, I said 5 or 6 turns, so I was pretty close. All right, we are rolling right along. So the major structure of most of the chapters at this point, because they're getting a little longer, is you'll have an intermission in the middle, and then you'll have another intermission at the end right before the boss. So you can tell we're actually coming up to the boss here fairly quickly.
You have to feel bad for whenever you get one of these formations where you got some tanks with 0 armor, you gotta almost feel bad for them, because as soon as we decide a shell festival, they are getting lit up.
Yeah, not gonna quite kill them, but it's gonna get pretty close.
Sheena's hero mode. What's Sheena's hero mode, Kurt Mac?
Sheena's is amazing. I believe you get SP back on basic attacks.
Act immediately after using a skill.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's actually better. It's better than what I
Okay.
described. Yeah. You basically just get to go for multiple turns in a row.
Well, that's what I have to remember. Make Sheena happy.
I always try to make Sheena happy. I love Sheena.
Unfortunately, for the speedrun, Sheena probably wants to do something like cook. Even worse, she might want to garden.
Let's see here. Definitely want you. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and use Sheena to do a link attack here to clear out most of this other stuff.
Well, and it got a...
I was hoping I would get shock, but I guess smoke is something.
Smoke. That's
So I
right,
guess
the one that
smoke is smoke, so
makes them miss more.
smoke is in fact smoke. Yeah. At this point, Kyle has piercing shot too. I'm not sure Sheena's gonna get it quite in time for this next boss, but she'll get it pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, someone's just reminded me. I forgot to mention the cute little trick that we do have in this game. One of the few things that maybe you could argue it's a bit of a glitch. It's probably a unintended bit of spaghetti code more than anything else. Which is, we said every 3 turns we're allowed to switch our characters, but if there's multiple battles happening, you know, because some of these nodes have multiple battles, when you transfer from one battle to the next, it counts a tick.
Yep, that counts as an action.
Yeah.
So it does kind of break that rule a little bit, where normally it's 3 turns between swaps, but if you switch between battles, you can always swap again after at most 1 turn.
Yeah. Is it possible to get the S rank, no damage on all of the stages, or is that only realistic on New Game Plus?
That's definitely only going to be New Game Plus, when you can be like level 99. I haven't done a lot of New Game Plus, but that's my assumption.
Yeah, there are fights where there's no way you're gonna avoid damage.
Yeah.
I mean, short of the most amazing luck with stunning. But
Their sleepy noises are adorable.
yeah. Did we manage to force her to 17?
No,
Not
she's
quite.
still on 16, but that's okay.
Yeah.
So we've got the first of 2 boss fights with Flam coming up here. Technique is measuring how good you are at using the color matching system, I believe. So it does not reward you for just obliterating everything with damage if it's the wrong color.
Alright, this fight's a little frustrating.
This fight can be quite good. It really just sort of depends on how the first couple turns go.
We are going to attempt the stun lock.
Absolutely.
That was a good start.
Mm-hmm.
We broke 2 armor. That's
Alright.
not a sure thing.
So now we're going to get the bad luck going on the bottom half here, and then we're going to try to start the stun lock.
Okay, this is a good opening.
That is very early for that. Okay, that's not that big of a deal, actually, because I'm going to take him out for a couple turns anyway. No, I do want hack now. Alright, so stun grenade. 70% chance to proc. Didn't get it there, but we did delay him, so that's something.
This will take out the end of the armor.
Yep.
Yep.
And so hopefully we'll start seeing some stuns here. There's one. Stun keeps the... They do not move up the track, so we'll kind of start passing the tank here. All right, Born is afraid, but his base... Well, I jinxed it, of course. I'm gonna say his base accuracy is still pretty good, so we should still hit a fair amount of the time. But alas. Now on bosses, the stun is not gonna last quite that long, so yeah, we did not... Like, we didn't get the stun to reproc. It is still 70% every time, but we didn't get it that second time there, unfortunately. Since Born is still afraid, I think I'm just going to have him do a heal here. Because I'm getting close to that 50%. This thing does have a pretty nasty big attack as well.
And this game can be summarized as Pokemon battles with cute tank commanders.
It's not really Pokemon, but other than that, I would say yes.
Yeah. I mean, I get kind of what you're saying about the Pokemon thing. Not the collecting, obviously, but to some degree the using of abilities. But no.
Yeah.
Not.
Okay, so now we're at the point where the bad luck actually wore off, which is going to make this harder. Plus, that just came up. So now I think we're just going to try to end the fight as quickly as possible.
Pop that link attack.
Yep, I was just thinking about my health. So we're definitely going to do this. I think I'm fine health-wise. This should take out the tower again. I do not want the tower to start healing the bottom part. But I am going to defend here because I'm not going to be able to kill it with one shot from that character. So, but as soon as we get through this part, this thing's a goner. So, okay, that wasn't too bad. Yep. So now
Sox and Sheena.
That's fine. So we'll just go ahead and we'll be able to finish it off here very quickly with a couple burning triggers. And I do not... Okay. I probably should have healed some SP there just to finish it off with Shell Festival, but that's okay. This'll kill it.
Yeah, as you see, the game really wants to convince you to go put a child into the soul cannon.
Yep. That was actually a really good fight. I didn't get like the full stun lock, but I did not have to deal with any of the nonsense with it, like healing itself or anything like that. I definitely managed the fight pretty well, aside from the lack of a stun lock, which is, again, very RNG focused, so...
It felt like a good time.
Yeah, I actually saved time on my splits there, so that was good. We'll see Flam again.
Oh, yes, we will.
I love these little arts at the end of every chapter, by the way. They are just the cutest things.
Is there a bad end for shooting all your kids at bosses? Actually, yes. There is specifically an ending for shooting all of the kids.
Yeah.
It is extraordinarily hard to do.
It is. I know one person personally who has done it, who's like the one person I know who's actually a bigger fan of this game than me. So it's hard to do, and you have to be really, really dedicated to do it.
Yeah.
But you do get an achievement for it. So for all you like platinum hunters out there, you do have to do it if you want that.
Well, unfortunately, Baron von Broccoli, the game didn't sell very well. You know, we're doing our darndest to raise awareness of the game, to get more people interested in picking it up, to get people interested in Fuga 2, which is coming out later this year.
Yeah. This game was very, very highly critically acclaimed, but just for whatever reason, it didn't really break through commercially the way I think they hoped it would, which is a shame.
But that's to say, I don't know that many people became furries by playing this, but I can tell you the furry community has embraced it pretty well.
It's got a nice blend of appeal tiers, I would say.
But yes, it is. It is, in fact, quite impressive that this is getting a sequel. Most people did not expect it.
Yeah, and the company CyberConnect 2 that published the game has come out and said that, you know, they lost money on it, but they believe in the project and they believe in the story and they want to tell it anyway. So I really respect and appreciate that as a fan of the series. This might be the single biggest explosion we're going to see in the entire game, so everybody enjoy this.
Oh, is this the... This is when you use Shell Festival because you're about to get the free...
No. This is just the one where it gives you 6 enemies that all die to Shell Festival.
Oh, yeah. Do we already have the one where you get the free stuff right after?
Yeah. That's earlier on. Yeah, we're actually cruising right along. This has been a pretty clean, pretty good run so far, I have to say.
Yeah, I've been wondering that. This feels like we're already on chapter 6. It's only not even 2 hours yet.
Yeah, I mean, the game is a little back heavy, so that's to be expected. But yeah, we're starting chapter 6 right now. The game has 12 chapters, so we'll, at least in that sense, after this chapter, we will be halfway through the game. But again, the back half is a little more dense. The stages are all a little bit longer and stuff like that. So yeah, everybody knows that that this is the Soul Canon game. But yeah, there's so much, like, I'm pretty sure most people that would want to play this game casually would not want to use the Soul Canon. I know I didn't when I played it casually, and it's a very interesting mechanic to put into a game. I think it is very important for the universe and the storytelling and whatnot. We won't talk too much about the lore, but like, there's this radio on board the tank with us, and we've kind of alluded to this in a couple different instances. And the radio is definitely trying to, like, convince us to use the Soul Canon at every possible moment. And yeah, that is, in fact, a very sort of, like, nefarious or, interesting part of the story in terms of, like, what's going on inside the tank, like, all of that kind of thing, so... Yeah, the kids are the heroes. You definitely fall. The fact that most of the children have personalities that are very appealing makes you want to use the Soul Canon even less. So.
So guess what I'm doing right now?
Drinking orange juice?
Well, yeah, that too, but,
Oh, what are you doing right now?
I'm watching the,
You watching the trailer?
I'm watching the Fuga 2 trailer.
Okay. Well, we certainly don't want people to, interrupt the run to go watch it, but definitely go watch it, afterwards. Or if you have 2 monitors, you know, you can throw it on the other monitor. We'll allow it. We actually have 11 of the 12 characters now. There's only 1 more that we'll get next chapter, and then we will also have the full crew.
Oh, we must have picked up Wappa then.
Yeah. Whoever that is. Yeah, I played this game. I was a big fan of Fire Emblem Three Houses, and a lot of the social systems and stuff definitely remind me of some of the social systems that you have in that game as well. And like the different activities and things like that you can do. So I think there's some comparisons there.
Oh, that's a compelling. That's a very compelling trailer.
Like I said, it kind of gave me chills at the end, not gonna lie.
I mean, I like it for lots of reasons. Not only does it, does it really, sort of dig into what it's going to do with the story, but it also gives me a really good grasp of what they're doing mechanically with the game.
Yep.
And I can count on like one hand how many trailers let me see or feel mechanics.
Yeah.
All too often I'll see a trailer, I'm like, great, that was just a short movie. What are you doing mechanically?
Mm-hmm.
But I know, like, I really know what's happening here.
Ooh, I'm gonna be a little low on SP here for what I want to do. Okay, this should be fine. Just for safety, I'm gonna take hack out because I do not want to lose burning trigger if I did my math wrong here.
Uh-oh. I was promised there'd be no math.
No, it's okay. Only I have to do the math. It's fine. But yeah, the SP management is the pain is real sometimes, and we're feeling the pain a little bit right now. But that's what consumables are for, so we'll be okay.
And if we ever start to get a little bit dicey on the amount of consumables we have, well, at a chapter break, we just go into the villages and pick up a whole bunch more.
Yeah, we can get a couple more here and there if we need to. Usually it doesn't come to that, thankfully. Unless you have like a really bad boss fight. Yes, you can. The math works out that you can feed the final child to the soul cannon at the very, very end of the game. And there is actually an ending, a special ending for that and a special achievement for that. But that is definitely not for the faint of heart, and it is not the kind of thing that anybody is going to do their first time playing through the game. Because the balancing act that you have to do to do the final fight with two characters, essentially, is... last chapter is going to be rough. Well, it's the whole last chapter, yeah.
The balancing act to do the last couple chapters is rough.
Yeah.
As soon as you drop below 6 kids, you're already getting into real sketchy territory.
Yeah, just to kind of... So the normal ending run for this game, we do use the soul cannon 5 times, and we don't do it any more than that because not having the full complement of 6 kids would slow you down way more than it would be like any one individual boss fight that you would get that additional soul cannon use out of.
Wappa, don't waste our time.
I'm actually just going to go sleep 4 times here, and then I'll do any of my upgrades before the boss fight.
That's fair.
Yep. 6,000 XP.
Honestly, using the soul cannon that much is just kind of sounds specific routes in Undertale.
Yeah, I think that's a good comparison. I figured he was gonna miss. Jerk. That's okay. Born's got it.
That's what he does. Burning trigger and misses.
Usually he only misses when you don't want him to, though. That time I didn't really care.
Feeding all the kids the soul cannon sounds exactly like something like too. I mean, I went straight to the genocide route in Undertale. Fair.
I'm not gonna tell you how to play this game, but it is a little bit of holding up a mirror potentially.
I mean, I did a speed run of Grifflands once, and well, that's basically effectively the genocide route. Kill everything. Don't worry about it. And that's notable in a game where you're allowed to do a lot of you're allowed to do a social negotiation route that basically avoids kills.
I almost attacked instead of use Burning Trigger there, because I was not expecting him to go first, but he is just that fast sometimes. Hey Scythe, yeah, this game is just gorgeous. It has beautiful music. It is the real deal. It's very, like, I guess I would describe it as very, like, bespoke. There's a lot of care put into the elements that really breathe a lot of the life and personality into the game.
Funny you should mention that, J-Hat. There is a Fuga speedrun category to keep all the kitties alive. We're playing it right now. That is literally the category that we are running at the moment.
Yep. True
it's
ending.
Called the true ending.
We will not use the soul cannon. We will keep all the kitties and the kitties alive.
There is... Technically, there could be... there isn't, but there could be a category that's just keep them all alive without true ending. No,
it doesn't, because you don't get the correct cutscene if you don't keep them all alive, including the one that we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there is not at this time a secret ending category, which is, there's basically 3 endings to this game. There's normal ending, which is anything where you don't bring all 12 all the way to the end. There's true ending, which is all 12, and then there's that secret ending we were talking about earlier, which is where you actually use all of the children. So
time travel shenanigans, Shibby. Time travel shenanigans.
We know definitively from the Fuga 2 trailer that the true ending is the canonical ending, because all the kids show back up in the trailer. So yeah, we do shoot it in the tutorial just because the game definitely wants to make sure you know that it's there. But then you get to like do a takesy backsy, and then it.
But yes, we're keeping all the kids alive. That will require more than just not firing this whole can. There is one more piece we have to do, but we'll talk about that when we get our last kid.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, true endings for most games are best endings / you won as well as you could kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That tends to be the canon endings. As I mentioned to Blaze just the only game I can think of where that's sort of the exception to that is XCOM, not the way original back in the day, but the more recent XCOM when it came out, because XCOM 2 assumes that you lost in XCOM.
Yeah. I was talking, yeah, I don't want to spoil any other games, so I won't talk about the other example I was discussing with my brother the other day, but there's a few that are, like, the canonical ending is not necessarily, like, the best ending.
I question why you would even create... See, here's the thing. Like I said, from what I can tell, this is sort of a magical tank. I'm not sure anyone created this thing. Or whatever might have created it. I don't think it was.
It's mystical. People? It is very, very. Yeah. It's like dark. It's like blood magic. The tank. But yeah, it's just going to be all folded up back there on the back of the Tyrannus the whole time. We're not going to unfurl it at all. So.
A non-cannon run where you don't use any cannons.
You could definitely do that too. Yep.
I mean, if you want to do a run where you don't use red guns, have fun. But that's not a speed run.
It'd be a good challenge playthrough for sure.
Or if that is a speed run, it's the kind of speed run that you do in a very long marathon.
Hey, we know about a few of those, but yeah.
Yeah, cause whew. And take this from someone who does do challenge runs and speed runs occasionally. That still does not sound fun.
I mean, people can... That's the great thing about video games, though. You can play them any way you want. I'm not going to sit here and say you should or shouldn't do this, that, or the other thing. If it sounds fun to you, then, you know, have at it.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair. It was made by aliens, just like Metal Slug. Metal Slug was made by aliens? Oh, I guess that makes sense. That explains why aliens appear in the game. Huh. Never thought about it that way. And I own every Metal Slug game. We're getting, in, like I said, into sort of the middle area where a lot of repetition. So
yeah, but we have a pretty scary boss coming up. Honestly, like it's almost a little bit of like a. Whoops, I don't have that unlocked yet. It's a little like horror movie almost. There's a few of those actually coming up. The bosses are a little bit grotesque and scary in some ways.
So I've got a wow, yeah. So I got a big crowd of people here in chat. I assume most of you are RPG fans. So who out here in chat knows that today, well, yesterday technically at this point, was the 20-year anniversary of the game Disgaea? That is one of my favorite games of all time. In fact, the series is one of my favorite series. So,
yeah, I know you wanted to bring that up and talk about that a little bit. I have personally not played a Disgaea game, so I will sit this one out and focus on my shooty boom boom for a few minutes.
I feel like I should correct that. And since all the Disgaea games are on sale on Steam right now, I might. If I said yes, would you believe me? I shall call you mid-boss. Yes, there are definitely people... Dude! Definitely people who have played it. Yeah. 20-year anniversary. And yes, as part of it, there is a week-long sale on Steam. So if you don't own one of the games, this is a good time to grab them. Had an event this month that randomly assigned the FF7 classes to dictate what materia they could use. You know about that, don't you, Blaze?
I've done a couple of Final Fantasy VII challenge runs. I did thankfully now at the end of last year play the Final Fantasy V Pixel remaster, so I feel like I can do a Fiesta now at some point in the future.
The only tactics I can get behind must involve mechs.
Ooh,
that sounds like a front mission fan.
I am a big front mission fan. That is music to my ears.
Yeah, Flan Kitty's a front mission junkie too.
Nice. Yeah, that's actually on my list of games to learn.
Oh, I think we got some spoilers here for Fuga 2. Kurt Mack says, the other weapons do get AoE abilities. Machine guns get anti-air AoE. Oh, no, this is probably just in this game. I don't think this is Fuga 2.
Mm-hmm.
While grenade launchers get anti-ground AoE.
They do. Yep, that is true. But yeah, only the red get like the get everything shot. All right, this boss can be a bit much. So the drill. Ideally, we kill this before the drill goes off.
This drill is awful. Thankfully, the one good thing about the drill is that drill in the front. While
I did not mean to do that, but it's fine.
That injures your people. It can only be used once.
No, well, if the fight goes on long enough, it can get used more than once. But
it can get it back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, like I thought once it's shot, it was gone.
Nope. But we are going to try to stun lock it here, so...
Yes, Dragon Lord Carter. And problem is, since I gotta pass the sensors, it now means anytime it's in a marathon, people have to tell everyone in chat to calm down and not talk about it.
So hopefully we can keep the stun lock on this guy. So far, so
start.
good. Yep. Otherwise, I'm going to have to be a little bit careful because his next attack will do very bad things to my party. Believe in the power of socks.
Okay. Bomb. I mean, you can sleep it off, but we'd rather not. This is a speed run.
It's also much faster if it just doesn't do anything other than sit there and get wrecked, so... We're getting close here. Come on, Socks. You got this. One more. Oh no! Alright. We were one short of the complete stun lock. It's fine. They're gonna get injured. They'll sleep it off during the next intermission. It's fine. That was a very good fight. That was about as fast as that fight can go, with the exception of the one drill turn getting in. So, but yeah, that is the power of the status effects in this against the bosses in this game. Sometimes you really can just kind of like say no.
Socks never quite lives up to his potential. He disappoints us a lot. Unfortunately,
I'm proud of Socks. I'm just gonna go on record saying that Socks did pretty good there.
There aren't a lot of good options to not use him either. So
yeah, he's probably the most controversial character to use in the run. But like for this category in particular, where you do have to fight all the bosses, I find just having the character that can do those stun grenades to be definitely worth the spot. So.
Interesting you should raise that point, Kurt Mac. We did experiment with upgrading the dormitory so that 3 people could sleep instead of 2. And what we discovered was that it just cost us time.
Yeah.
It was not worth doing. The amount of effort you have to put in to get the resources and to do the upgrade is not worth the benefit you gain from it.
Yeah, it's definitely diminishing returns, so...
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's definitely an idea. And it's not a huge time loss, so it's certainly... You certainly can do that if you want to try that in this game sometime. If anybody else wants to speedrun it, we would love to have you. I think the big thing that kind of holds it back is we just don't need the experience anymore after a certain point. Once Boren hits level 30, we essentially have everything that we need to beat the game, and so at that point it does kind of turn into a little bit more of a, like, I'll actually just straight up skip intermissions at that point. I don't even need to do anything, so.
I believe the foot soldiers are, the commanders different. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Berman's short for Doberman, that's so. The majority of the enemies are Dobermans, but you know, just like the majority of the people in the German army in World War II were Germans, there were a small number that weren't.
We're gonna fight the one boss that is not a dog in this chapter. He is a real piece of work. He's actually, in my opinion, the worst boss in the entire game, so we'll talk about him more when we're getting to that fight, because it is, it can be a doozy.
This is where estimates go to die. I mean, we're in chapter 8 now?
7.
7.
We're gonna get our last character in this chapter. But yeah, honestly, like, the run's going... I don't want to jinx it, so I won't say anything more than just saying it is going quite well so far. There's a couple.
No,
There's
I
a
did-
couple scary spots that we've gotten through cleanly. So
Yeah, these are the, like I said, we see these guys more and more, and yeah, they kind of suck. Ba-ba-ba-bam.
So yeah, there's one very specific thing about the upcoming boss that I don't want to talk about now because we've got a whole chapter to get before we get there. But like, he cheats. I'll just put it that way. He cheats, and it's not.
Oh.
It is not cool. But it's also like a really nice design flourish for a game where it's one of those things where the game kind of like you think you know the rules of the game, and then the game kind of like changes them on you. So it's I begrudgingly admit it is a cool thing that he does, but it is also like not cool in some ways too. So.
Very not cool.
Oh yes, the cheat will get you every time.
Cheat gets everyone.
Yep. Yeah, we're just gonna be rolling along for a little bit here.
You want to talk about your game of choice recently?
I mean, not too much, but I'll just give a quick mention and shout out to another relatively new indie RPG that's been out for about a little less than 2 months now. That game is called Chained Echoes. If anybody has heard of Chained Echoes and hasn't had a chance to play it yet, I will just say, in my opinion, it lives up to the hype. It is an incredibly cool game, dripping with nostalgia for a lot of the classic RPGs, especially Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy XII, Xenogears, and yeah, it's also got a couple of really cool speedruns. So if any of that sounds fun to you, I definitely encourage you to check it out at some point.
Blaze is being humble here. He is the
No, I'm not
current
anymore.
world
I already
record-
lost it again. So
Already lost it? Well,
Yeah.
he was.
there's a bunch of very good people that are running and routing that game, and when a game is new, the world record tends to jump back and forth quite a bit. So
But he has been the world record holder for 2 of the categories so
yeah,
far. So.
for like a combined like 16 hours total, I think. But it's not really. It's definitely not about that. So it's been a lot of fun to sort of be part of a speedrun at the outset, which is not something you always get an opportunity to do. So I'm enjoying it quite a bit.
Currently playing it while watching.
It's. I mean. Yeah, it's a great it's out on everything, so you could very easily be playing it on your Switch or your Steam Deck or something while you're watching this run, and yeah, it is a very good game. I definitely recommend everybody check it out if you get a chance, and it also has the best soundtrack I've heard in a very long time. The soundtrack is legit amazing. So anyway, yeah, that's Chained Echoes.
Alright. Yep, I can stream on my laptop. I don't know, I get it. I totally get it. Like I said, I watched the Fuga 2 trailer just on a different monitor while I was...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This game is also out on everything, so if you're a Switch person, this is a great Switch game. Oh, and this is Brits. Brits is our 12th character. Brits
Please
is a little
note
bit
that-
unique, so
Please note that Brits is a Burman.
he is a child soldier.
Yeah, we have to keep Brits alive to the end of the game, and keeping that. So more importantly, we have to keep them in the party to the end of the game.
Yeah, let's not spoil what
And-
happens there, but Brits is a little bit unique in that regard.
Yeah.
We can talk about what it takes to keep him in the party, though, for sure.
Yes, that's exactly where I was going to go.
Yeah.
We have to keep him in the party, which means, well, as you might expect, we're already 7 chapters into a war game. So these kids have been fighting Burmans for 6.5 chapters. They're kind of salty at the Burmans.
Mm-hmm.
So for the most part, they are not particularly trustworthy of Brits. At least one of the kids basically just hates him.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, he has to make friends. Good news is we've literally, as we've already seen, we have a system for making friends. The true ending, the specific requirement, ends up being that you have to have. Well, the idea for it, at least the sort of the casual idea for it, is that he's supposed to get at least a level 2 friendship with every single other character. However, just either the way it's coded or just maybe it's intentional, it's not even 100% clear. This effectively comes down to you have to have 22 levels of friendship with the other characters.
If we're going to quantify the amount of friendship that Brits has to develop, yes.
Yeah. And that pays off for us because it's so much faster to talk to the same person over and over and over again real quick than it is to wander around the Tyrannus trying to find all the kids. So what we're going to do is we're going to get him 2 relationships all the way up to level 10, and then 1 more relationship with someone else, it doesn't even matter who it is, to level 2. So that's going to be our 22 levels of, yes, optimized friendship.
Yes, we are going to optimize friendship.
But no salty cracks. Doesn't have to be in one of the 6 slots. He will be. He's very effective character.
Yeah.
He basically has all the toys we want him to have. He comes in able to break level 2 shields, right?
Yeah, so he comes in with 2 really good abilities right off the bat. He comes in with the level 2 pierce. He also has a single target stun, which and you can hit anything with it. At this point, we have been using socks to do a lot of our stunning, because we don't want to sacrifice the spot that we would normally be using with hack to. Sorry, I'm trying to menu here. We don't want to take the spot that hack would be using to do burning trigger. So being able to keep him in that 3rd spot and still be able to stun or break armor or just kind of do all of the different things that we need to do. Also a stun on a different color, which is occasionally useful. So yeah, there's just a lot to like about Brits. So
yep. And we're going to up him to 10, basically with, was it Sheena and Socks?
yes, Sheena and Socks will be the 2 characters that he is friends with.
Because as we said, that's sort of the slot where there's a little bit of maneuverability about who can be with who.
Yep.
And he can be with them. The rogue costume isn't half bad either.
That is true, yeah. Yeah, the costumes are fun.
I'm so reminded of the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon show from way back in the day.
Yeah.
And you're the mage. And give him a hat. And honestly, Brit kind of looks a little bit like the acrobat. Want to give him a staff. Dungeon Master, yes. Hey, don't give Eric a hard time. I mean, the only thing they gave him was a shield, really. And Cavalier's not even a main class. It's like a splat book class.
So yeah, with Brits for the next couple intermissions, we're kind of going to be filling up the 2 requirements that we need. We're going to be fulfilling the story requirement for him to stay, but then also we're going to be fulfilling the just the get him going and get him kind of like wrecking things, because those link attacks again are just so powerful, and we definitely want to be using those as much as we possibly can.
And as for that other level 2, we need, often, sometime in this chapter, somebody either during the chapter or in the final boss fight gets depressed. So we just have Brits, talk them out of it and get to level 2 at the same time.
Yeah, he's our kind of go-to cheerer upper, I guess you can say. And that'll help meet the third requirement. So there's definitely a little bit more like flexibility there.
But yeah, it doesn't matter who that is. We're just gonna try to take advantage of whatever the game gives us there.
Yep.
To not lose time.
Yep.
Something else you might have noticed, and just mention this now, and we'll mention it more later. But so we've got all these items that heal us. We've actually got some other items too, and we've never touched them. Pretty much. There's like 1 or 2 boss fights that we pull them out, but other than that, they're not worth taking the time to go into the item menu.
Yeah. Hey Zojalix, thanks for the raid. I know you're running one of the Lord of the Rings games, I believe, later on in the marathon, so I hope that your prep for that is going well, and good luck on your run in a few days.
Oh, those things we hate. Okay, you see those little guys?
Yeah, the gas monsters.
Yeah. Best case scenario, they fear you. Worst case scenario, they depress you.
Yep.
We generally want to kill them as fast as possible.
Yeah, we do not want them to get a turn because they can use a depression gas, and we've already talked about how bad depression is in the game and elsewhere, so...
I forgot that the special ammo even exists for 3/4 of my casual playthrough. You're probably not the only... Yep, the vacuum guys. They are awful. They'll even appear as ads in a boss fight at some point.
This one, yeah, the one that's coming up here.
Like...
Yeah, I'm definitely getting to that part of the game too where SP management is a little bit dicey because I don't have my full SP pool yet. And it's really fast to use these good abilities, but man, they are expensive. So a lot of times if I have an extra turn, you'll definitely see me kind of dipping in there to refill my SP pool a little bit.
No, Youth, I'd say they blow. Nah, just barely beat Salty to it.
Alright, so... Actually, let's just do this.
On my screen, I did. Keep in mind that there's a slight delay between when I say something and when you hear it, so...
Like, here's an example. I'm just going to use an energy cell because I have just, like, all these free turns here. And actually, I'm going to take a second to fix my party as well. Because unfortunately, you don't get to heal between fights. You don't get to heal at intermissions. So anything other than when you roll over the items on the map, you do have to do in battle.
Well, that's sort of true about the intermissions thing.
Oh?
Well, intermissions usually have a healing right before or after.
They usually have one right after, for the boss ones anyway, but in the middle they typically don't. Or it's hit and miss, so...
Yeah. But yeah. And these guys suck again.
Yeah, I'm debating how I want to deal with these two. I think I'm just going to do the tried and true double ground attack here.
Our Dalek? I'm not pronouncing that quite right, but not in the speedrun. There is not an incentive to taking the dangerous routes in the speedrun. However, if you are playing the game casually, there are lots of incentives.
Yeah.
You get more experience, a lot more experience. You get better items along those routes, and those items are kind of like ingredients for improving your stats. Sometimes the dangerous route will have like a ruins on it that won't be on the non-dangerous route, that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
yes. Just what I need to refresh my memory and prep for the upcoming sequel. We have a fan here.
Heck yeah. I'm actually gonna have Brits go. I'm actually gonna have Brits go twice in a row here because I really want to delay this guy. I do not want him doing his thing. They're just that bad. They're like the worst enemies in the entire game.
Oh, this hole. Oh, this is the mixed bag of awful here.
I think it's gonna turn out just fine, but yeah, that was definitely an intimidating set of enemies at the start there.
Like, that's like the 3 worst enemies in combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like what I saw about how they're dealing with routes in the next installment, where there seems to be less about is it dangerous or safe and more about what type of transportation you're using.
Really?
That's what I saw from watching that.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't truthfully dissected the new trailer all that much, so... Hey, thanks, Kios.
This is not unexpected. My eyes immediately go to mechanics. That's just where it is meant to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I managed to catch that Apollo was in Hades too, and that was impressive for me because really, that's like the only bit of fluff I caught. Everything else was just, ooh, what mechanics are changing?
Yes. This is not...
And I am hyped for that game beyond belief, so.
You? Hades? Nah. He said sarcastically.
Hey, I wouldn't even know that game existed if you hadn't added it to your wish list.
It's a good video game. Definitely a fan.
Like, it was barely on my radar. You added it to your wish list, and suddenly I became more interested after watching you play.
Mm-hmm. You answered the siren's call of Hades.
Oh, you didn't just go there.
I think I'm gonna have just enough SP to do this. Yeah.
Is that a saying hi, Hoppa, or are you done for the evening? I know it's getting late for you.
Got 3 SP left. I'm fine. Hey, there's more right there. Okay, this is actually going to be a little... So I'm actually going to need to put her in first because I want to use an energy cell and I don't want to lose Burning Trigger. So if I use a Burning Trigger, I will lose... or if I use an item with Hack, I will lose Burning Trigger, so I have to make that substitution. But then I can take these out pretty quickly. We're almost... Oh. Well, that's fine. We're almost to the end of the chapter 7 already, so that big scary boss is coming up soon.
Yep.
I actually like using the link attack here.
Did we catch the guy on fire?
I don't think I got the one that I wanted to on fire, unfortunately, but That's fine.
Well, since only one survived, that's presumably the one you want to catch on fire.
Yeah. He did not, unfortunately.
That is an acceptable action.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because it doesn't do damage to us.
Although it is a very short recovery time, so he already gets another turn. Oh, he's doing it again. Whatever. That's fine, dude. You just keep repairing your armor.
Why are there scary dog whistle rocks in the sky?
They're the upside-down wolf statues. Alright, so I need to set my party here because this is the last turn before the boss, so I'm gonna get the party I want for the boss fight. Okay, so I think we can probably start talking about this boss now. So this is going to be Blutwurst. He's kind of like the mad scientist. Also a cat that is masquerading as a dog. But he's going to use a lot of really nasty status effects. He's going to use some really high-powered attacks. And he also cheats because he does a countdown ability. Basically, you know, like 3, 2, 1. 3 turns, 2 turns, 1 turn. But he can actually use it on turn. He can use it on 1 instead of 0, basically. I don't remember where Socks is. We'll find him. Socks, where are you, Socks? There you are. I know Sheena's up on the roof.
Yeah. Once again, we're gonna hope to stunlock him.
Yep. Alright, so we finished this one. I am actually going to do laundry, so for all you laundry fans out there, Fritz and Sheena are going to do the laundry. Because that's a free social level, and I'm right here. And then she's up here, so it kind of works synergistically. I am going to save some AP to actually do some upgrades as well before the boss fight. So I'll probably do like 4 upgrades, I think. So I'll save myself like 8 AP.
You may notice they're already at a 3 affinity. Sheena and Britt start at 2, and then the laundry gave us a 3rd.
Yep. They know each other from camp. I'll just say it like that, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no.
Actually, this is a good spot to stop on, so I'll go ahead and do my upgrades from here.
No, he just clearly cheats, Carter. He even basically says I'm cheating when he does it.
Yep. Oh, cool. I can upgrade everything. Well, let's do the reactor for sure.
Well, now's a good... Oh, if you haven't played in a while, now's a good time to try playing again. They announced Fuga 2, and, you know, you might want to play to remind yourself.
That was a very bad time to get 2 fails, but you know what? It'll be okay.
Yeah, we wanted to get the reactor up.
Alright, I'm gonna really kind of focus on what I'm doing here, so... Okay, good. Don't have to deal with those ones for a while. And now we're going to try to set up the stun lock. He opens pretty quickly. We're going to try to get the bad luck on him. Got that, and now we're going to try to do the
Nice.
stunning. And alright, we are off to a good start here. So let me go ahead and get my party the way I want it now. And now we're going to try to keep that stun up with Brits. And just kind of start chipping away here. Nothing else, we're going to knock him back there. And the stun is important enough. I'm actually going to go ahead and manipulate my turn order to just try to give me maximum opportunities to stun him. It's a 60% chance every time, as long as the bad luck is on, and then if the bad luck falls off, I will try to get that back on as well. So it's also a very expensive ability, so at some points I will likely have to use Born to refill my SP, but I would say so far so good.
Alright. Well, note that he did not start his countdown. He just fired his little side machine guns.
Yeah, he's on like a pretty strict script, so the more turns you stun him and don't let him do his thing, you're going to be able to really manage the fight a lot better. And I'm definitely almost out of SP here, but I've got enough to get me to Borin.
Upgrade grenade launcher uses some of the same materials used for machine gun.
And the bad luck also wore off, so I should probably try to reapply that now. Oh no, it's still on. Never mind. But you're seeing just the burning trigger is really taking chunks. He is just an absolute HP sponge too. He has so many hit points. And this fight is supposed to just be like really just a brutal slog, so we are in really, really good shape so far. Got that stun lock going. I've got link attacks coming up that I can use. Hack is going ham and getting like crits every other turn. So, okay, that was also a crit on that, so I think this is actually almost over.
If we get the stun here,
but even then, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
No, this should be over. This has to be.
Yep. That was an amazing boss fight.
Yeah.
That was about the best that fight's ever gone.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time in any of your practices that we didn't see it fire its
Yeah. I think in my world record it went about that well, but that's probably about the only time that it went that well before. So so just to put into context how badly that fight can go, I'm tracking my splits against my non-marathon PB because I do have world record in this game or in this category, but I got it in a marathon and I didn't have my live split. So compared to my basically at-home PB, I just saved almost 8 minutes on my PB. So that is how well that fight went. So yeah, we will take that all day, every day. That was that, like I said, kind of going into that fight. That is about the scariest boss fight in the game, and that's about as good as it can go. So yeah.
Yeah, should be. When boss fights go well, they give you a lot of time in this game. When boss fights go poorly, they cost you about the same amount of time.
Yeah. Yeah, the boss fights really are kind of like the major differentiator in whether you're having a good run or a bad run. So, all right, we need to. Whoops, I keep going to the notebook. All right. We need to go talk to Sheena a little bit more. Get that link up to level 10. And then we're most of the way to meeting Britz's requirements. But yeah, in addition to the stun locking going really well, I got some just ridiculous crits, including the crit on Boren's Link attack. Yeah, someone in chat commenting that was almost 3,000 damage. I mean, that is just absurd.
Yep. Drills are scary.
Mm-hmm. Am I gonna get the level 10 here? Oh, I'm just a little short. That's okay. We'll get it next time.
Fine, we still need the other...
And we need the 2, yeah, so... Yeah. Kinda right back at it here.
Nobody got depressed, so we didn't have to...
Yeah, jeez.
I mean, we lost a little bit of AP time on those 2 failures, but that shouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah. I do need to swap Sheena into the support seat now so that I can get that SP gain, though. Yeah, we're in Chapter 8 now. We're just cruising right along here. That is not the one I meant to fight. That's okay. So yeah, we didn't get to see the countdown where he can go on 1 instead of 0. So he didn't even get to 3. That fight went so well.
As you can see, we are beginning to slow our pace down now. So, I was talking about how at less than the 2-hour mark, we were, already breaking into Chapter 7, and now we just finished Chapter 8 at basically the 3-hour mark. And yeah, we're now at about the give or take half hour a chapter pace.
Yeah, that's about right.
This is really all just coming to the fact that we are almost, not quite, but we are about to hit our ceiling for power.
Yeah.
Within the speedrun.
Yeah, we'll hit it this chapter.
We'll still gain levels on the kids, and that does improve our power a little bit, but not the spikes that we get when we upgrade our tank.
Yep. There are still plenty of interesting boss fights, though, too. And then when you get into the last 3 chapters, just the regular encounters really do start to get extremely, extremely challenging. Just in terms of optimizing them and balancing the things that you need to balance, which includes things like, not dying.
For the record, Blaze means interesting in terms of, in terms of the Chinese curse.
I think if you're riding around in a tank that is basically a small village, you are already living in interesting times. I know after this there's a couple of old school RPGs coming up from Oregon Mike. I see people checking out the schedule.
How old school are we talking about?
You'll have to remind me. I know...
Let's see. Ultima, the first agent. Okay, yeah. Ultima 2. Okay, yeah. I'll call that old school. I'll call that basically, ancient history.
So we got a retread here of a boss from earlier on. Not nearly as scary this time, but does the same basic things.
I don't know, our Dalek. I guess we should ask the Robotech people about that.
Is it even a tank anymore if it's the size of an office building? Nice.
Hey, like I said, ask the Robotech people. Big Cat gets some of the biggest booms, looks like. He also gets paw buns.
He says paw bun. Has anybody seen Boren's paw bun? It has gone missing.
Yeah, I saw it on your on your Twitch page.
One of the things I like to do when I run this game on my channel is I have this looping gif of Boren just like devouring a paw bun, and that's what I put on there instead of like my camera. Let's see. I want you there, and then I want second.
Don't call it this tank. It has a name. Tyrannus.
It's a hunk of a tank. The very...
I mean, sure. I think it could win the Mr. Universe contest if it wanted to.
It flexes on things. Someone said Howl's Moving Castle earlier, and I loved that. I haven't really thought of it in those terms before, but it definitely has that kind of Studio Ghibli quality to it.
I agree. Qualify for an SRW. What's SRW?
Lemon said that, yes. Super Robot Wars.
For the name of that one anime based on giant tanks. I feel like there's more than one, but
it's probably the anime. What does Fuga mean? I actually don't know. That is a good question.
yeah,
I feel bad saying that, but it's true.
yeah, I don't know. The name doesn't seem to have it.
I know it does mean something, I just don't know what it is off the top of my head. Also, I am almost out of SP. Music, that's right. Thank you. Alright, get Hack in there to make sure this thing is finished off.
Uh, don't sweat it, Giga Monkey. Gigas Monkey. I
Gygus
have
monkey.
Gigas Monkey. I have horrible memory too. The worst thing is, I don't think I've seen the anime you're talking about, but I feel like I had someone like talk to me about it for like a couple hours one time, and it's like on the edge of my brain.
You make it sound like that happened like against your will. The way you said that. Okay, I just need... Oh no, hold on. I need to talk to Sheena like literally one more time, and I don't know where she is. Alright, we're gonna go find Sheena. There she is. Okay, that was easy.
It wasn't really against my will as much as...
Oh, they actually got it doing combat, so I don't even need to spend an AP. That's cool.
It wasn't as much against my will as they were... We still have to get the 2 with somebody, right?
Yep. Borin. Best boy, Borin.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't as much that it was against my will. It's just... It was someone who found out that I liked anime and then starts to go on and on about this one anime that they seem to think encompasses all anime. It was clearly the only anime they had ever seen, heard, or even knew about. So it was a little weird.
All right, back to Borin because we need to get him... I'm actually going to hold off on that. Let's just go sleep 3 times because otherwise the math does not work out well for me. Yeah, once Borin hits level 30, I will mostly be done doing stuff during the intermissions, and he is almost there. He's at level 29 and like 80% of the way there right now.
Base Battleship Yamato. Is that a Talking Heads anime, Nooster?
Hey, thanks for the good luck, Ruby.
Oh, those poor tanks. They got into the wrong fight.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can't sleep yet, but definitely once I'm done with this. Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good for how late it is.
AKA Star Blazers in the US. Yeah, that sounds like a Talking Heads one.
Told my boss I'd be in a little late tomorrow, so I can spend all the time with y'all tonight, sharing a game that I love. So
yeah,
how cool is
boss
that?
I'd be in on Wednesday tomorrow.
Well, I appreciate you being here too. You've done this twice now, and it really helps a lot. For a long run, for a late night run, having somebody to talk to and keep things rolling really makes a big difference. So I appreciate you.
Thanks. You too. Good night, Hotbot.
Hotbot's tapping out. Good night, Hotbot.
Hotbot's tapping out.
Yeah, any day I get to share this game with people is a good day, so I'm really happy that I got to feature this in Questing for Glory. It's definitely a run that I know people aren't as familiar with. It's a game that people aren't necessarily as familiar with, and hopefully we're getting some converts and some fans, people that are going to check it out after the stream today, because it really is worth your time, and it really is a great game. So someone has to feed the cats first thing in the morning. I mean, they'll just wake you up either way. It's fine.
Heavy object. I'll write that down. Always like to know about new anime. I remember in my college years, a friend of mine showed me an anime about some guy, about some high school kid who gets sucked into another universe where he ends up inside a giant mecha, which is weird because apparently only women are supposed to be able to run giant mecha, but he can too.
Okay.
And then, like, a couple months later, he shows me another anime that I swear had exactly the same plot.
But it was like a completely different anime?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
Definitely a completely different anime. And I was like,
oh,
oh my
Escaflowne.
gosh.
Yeah, Escaflowne. Yeah, that sounded familiar. Alright, I have Megaton Blast now, so my life is good. Oh, wait, not there.
no, neither of them was Vandred, though Vandred's arguably another one that falls into that, too. I know neither of them was Vandred because I love Vandred and I've seen the entire series. Like, just... I was just impressed that there were basically two animes that followed so closely to that.
This guy is not going to get a turn.
I mean, that's pretty common for the schlub fights.
I stunned him into next week. So this upcoming boss fight is kind of interesting. It can go really, really well. It can kind of go sideways a little bit. Not in a way that is, like, dangerous to me particularly. But it can get really long and annoying if you can't finish it quickly. So we'll definitely be hoping for that here.
I have to say, the fact that I described this sort of off-the-wall anime that I sort of only vaguely remember because it was, a long time ago, but that I was amazed that there were two examples of, and then chat has now thrown out at least 5 different names of animes. It's like, really?
Hey, there's been a lot of anime over the years. You actually can't save this game except for when you quit out. So, all right. So this is the twin copters fight. We're gonna open up pretty similarly to how we have done stuff in the past.
This is a bit of an awkward fight because there's not a great path to take on it. Oh, that's a good start, though.
That is a good start. And now... Oh, never mind. That is not what I want to do. We do need to get rid of this blue one first, because he is much more susceptible to status effects.
Note,
particularly
the
stun.
The blue one is the one on the left that has blue paint and not has blue...
yes, thank you for clarifying.
Blue clocks.
Yes. So I've got a 70% chance to stun him now that he's got the bad luck on him, so we'll hopefully be able to stun lock him mostly here. And then we can kind of start working on the other one a little bit. The other factor that kind of goes into this fight is Hack has a 90% chance to hit flying enemies with Burning Trigger, so hopefully Hack will do good and not miss a lot. But Hack has been known to miss from time to time, so we will see how that goes. But I'm basically going to just ignore the other one until this one's gone.
First one was called Duel. I think that's right. I think Duel was the name of one of the ones I was remembering. I think that's right.
We're doing good. If I can get one more stun on this guy, he should be done. Alright, that's looking good. We're kind of in the danger zone. This hasn't happened for a couple boss fights, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty shocking, honestly. Alright, this should do it for that guy. Alright, very good. Let's get Brits back in here. I do have link attacks now. I do need to heal because I don't want to take on any status effects, so I'm going to go ahead and just do a little bit of that.
Alright, we got Chick in front, so that's fine.
Yeah. This should do a lot of damage and also drop a nice delay on it. I think I should be good health-wise for now. This guy will call reinforcements if you... there's a miss. He has a chance to call reinforcements after a certain number of turns, so we do want to finish it as quickly as we can, but might not be up to us, really. Yeah, no chance to stun. I'm going to actually use his Overload ability. We haven't used this yet. It's a 5-hit attack, inflicts him with fear, yeah, but it does massive, massive damage to a single target, so that was another really good boss fight. They didn't get to call their reinforcements or anything, so we finished that about as efficiently as we could. Hack missed once, which for him is actually pretty solid outing. I'm going to skip a few more cutscenes here, and then we'll be on to Chapter 9. Again, just enjoy the little bit of art here in between. They're pretty cool. The nice thing is with him, though, fear is not necessarily that big of a deal for him because he just gets that massive accuracy bonus from Kyle anyway. And obviously, or ideally, you want to end a fight with that overload ability, but if you don't, usually he can still get another hit in, so... Yeah, you kind of towards the middle to the end of the story, you're kind of getting into this part where you're learning more about the tank, you're learning more. Brits becomes kind of like an important character. So there's just a lot of little things that are sort of going on there. I do want to check one thing really quick, just to make sure I did not miss anything. Brits has a level 10, level 10, level 2. Okay, we're good.
We get that wrong, and we have to change the category.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure High Spirits does not want us changing the category midstream.
Not really, nope. You will notice with that Megaton Blast too, the cooldown for Borin is quite high, but that is because that ability is basically just like a free link attack every battle, so quite powerful when it's not going to miss at all. That was quite the animation there. Hey Locke, welcome on in.
Welcome to the stream, Lock Cole Live, and the audience that came with you. if you are new here, or, you know, if you've been here for a while but weren't here for the early introduction. This is Fuga, Melodies of Steel. It is a, as I like to describe it, an auto-scroller RPG. It is set in a world that has, well, anthropomorphic cats and dogs. That is an analogy for World War II. We are...
Yeah, it's more on rails, I agree. But yes.
We are the children, cat and dog children on the left side in that giant tank. And we are fighting the forces of the Burmans, that is short for Dobermans, on the right side.
Oh my god, I never realized that before.
What?
That Burmans was short for Dobermans. Why did I not ever realize that until you literally just said that just now? I thought it was they just changed the G to a B in Germans. Anyway,
Really?
you just blew my mind. But anyway, I'm just gonna continue on my run because you're 100% right. Also,
I thought you were just... Oh, I thought you were just joking with me right now.
no, I'm absolutely serious right now. Oh my goodness, this is too funny.
Yeah, that's why it's so creative.
Thank you. I realize that now.
Here's the weird thing. I'm pretty sure I figured that out because I thought you told me.
No.
How did I... Where else did I watch this and I learned that?
I thought it just came to you like an epiphany.
No, somebody mentioned it. I thought it was you.
I don't think so. Maybe. I'm a little bit delirious right now, so.
Child Brits that needs to be kept alive is Britain. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
See, and I thought Brits was like Spitz or something.
No, that
It's a good
makes total
German.
sense.
It's a good German dog name. Brits.
Britain needs
It's
to
like
be
naming
kept
your dog
alive.
Rex.
Oh, also, that's why the strudel thing makes so much sense, because strudel is so associated with Germany.
Yeah.
And Brits is a Burman.
Oh, nope. I want you back in there.
It's just a play on Fritz. I can believe that too. I can
Fritz,
believe both
yeah.
of those. I can believe.
But
that
if it was
Fritz,
Fritz, he'd be a cat. Who's ever heard who? Brits the cat? Come on now.
I can believe that it's a play on Fritz, and I can also believe that
Or Blitz, yeah. Come on.
it's keeping or Blitz. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a lot of potential here.
At this point, I'm willing to believe anything. My mind is blown. What my one brain cell is blown right now. Ooh, hey, hero mode.
Well, you know, it is 1:30 in the morning for him.
I'm doing fine.
Oh, good. One of us should be.
That's what I said. Yes, layers like a strudel. Thank you.
I had this wonderful plan where I went to bed last night at like sometime past 3:30, maybe even close to 4, I forget exactly when.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, that's gonna be perfect. I'll sleep like 7.5, 8 hours. It'll be fine. Someone decided to call me at like 6.5 hours in, and I couldn't go back.
Oh
So
no,
crazy.
that's the worst. Yeah, I have a hard time sleeping in, so even the days I did stay up late to try to prep my sleep schedule, I guess. It was hard for me to sleep past like 9 a.m. So, but I did try.
Yeah,
I did try.
I'm usually when I do that, and I did it this time too. I try to move myself a little bit at a time.
Yeah, that can definitely help. I will say the one thing that did help me kind of get moving in that direction was I do like tennis, and the Australian Open was finishing up this past weekend, so I just stayed up late and watched a bunch of tennis at like, for me, I think the matches always started at like 2:30 in the morning, so that helped.
Oh,
We already
so
discussed that you don't know anything about tennis, so I won't belabor
Yeah,
the point
not
too
at all.
long. So
not a thing. The newest season of what's the exact title? Oh, Record of Ragnarok just came out.
okay,
So that's what I did last night. Is I watched like the first 6-7 episodes of it.
okay. Oh, he still
this
got
is-
his hero mode. Oh, never mind. It just ended.
Yeah, this is an anime about the idea of Ragnarok. Of the gods finally decide to do Ragnarok, but they give humans one chance to avoid it, which is basically they end up doing a bunch of fights against the gods one-on-one, and whoever wins the most, their side wins basically.
I gotcha. Oh, hello, tank.
Well, not really battle royale because they're all one-on-one fights, but yeah.
Okay, but 10 SP, so I'm gonna need to.
Don't spoil Sion Timo. I mean, I've already seen that arc, but yes, don't spoil for anyone else.
I'm looking quite healthy here.
I've had this Steam page for this guy open all.
I thought you were gonna spend like half the run talking about Disgaea from when we talked earlier.
I'd love to. I mean, I really would love to. Like I said, I want to.
Okay, so let's do this.
have this-
We established earlier on that I have never played Disgaea, so Firebird, please tell me why I should play Disgaea on its
why you
20th anniversary.
Well, you should play it because I should just get it for you. It's currently $4, and I should just get it for you. But
Okay.
but
You should.
so if you like, what?
Oh, chat, Salty Crackhead is just like, you shouldn't, unless you have 10,000 hours to waste. Oh no, I definitely do not.
Hey, no, Salty, no.
There is a question in the chat, the fire all children category. So there isn't a fire all children category, but there is a fire some of the children category, which is just the normal ending. And that is about 30 minutes faster than this run.
So you've played some tactical games. I know that.
I
like
do.
Tactics Ogre, right?
Yes, I've almost beaten Tactics Ogre, and I will not actually beat Tactics Ogre because that final boss fight sucks, and I don't want to do it.
So it's a tactical game that is basically that. So first it's it's anime characters for the most part, and so the story's just goofy, but it's fun goofy. So it's a fun story. I'm not is it good? But it's fun, and but the other half of it is they basically said, let's just market this game to people who absolutely love playing with mechanics of tactical games. And they just said, if there is a mechanic that we can make completely ridiculously broken, we're going to let you make it completely ridiculously broken.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to break anything to finish the game if you want. You don't want to. But you have the option to basically break everything. So, for example, your characters can reach level 9,999.
Okay.
But that's just getting there once. You can then reincarnate them back to level 1 and get there again, except you have better stats the next time you do that. And
why would you want to do that?
Who doesn't want better stats when they get there the next time?
Okay.
You can keep iterating on that. Basically, there is one part of the mechanic is that you can reincarnate to constantly get better stats, or to switch classes and get new abilities that can combine with old abilities. Why would you want to do this? So that the numbers get all big and pretty, and you get, yes, as Hulk is saying, so you get the dopamine of, don't you like to see 8 or 9 digits on the screen when you hit someone?
I do like big numbers. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, they get big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Till. Good morning.
There are also secret bosses that basically require this level of ridiculousness.
I see. Okay.
But they don't make it that it's just the most unreasonable grind ever. They give you a dozen little options so that you can turn this potentially unreasonable grind into actually, like, super fast.
Okay.
Like, you have the option to go into the Senate and say, I want to fight harder enemies. No, I want to fight even harder enemies, because harder enemies come with more experience.
Mm-hmm.
But, like I said, the game just at every level is all about how can you make this even more ridiculous. Every item in the game, and I mean every item in the game, has a dungeon inside of it. If you want, you can jump inside the dungeon of any item, fight through a
potion. Like I can jump into a potion and do a dungeon.
Yep.
Okay.
Fight through a bunch of randomized levels, and when you finally leave the dungeon, it gets more powerful. There are also these things called innocents or specialists inside of the dungeons that if you beat them up, they live in these items and they give stats to the items. When you beat them up, they become more powerful and you can move them to other items.
Okay.
So you can stack them on an item. Also remember, since there's dungeons in these items, when you fight through dungeons, you get money and you get more items. So you can find better items in the dungeon of a previous item. In fact, basically the best item in the game requires that you go through a couple dungeons of previous tier items.
This is quite the explanation I'm getting. I don't think I knew what I was in for.
Yeah. Like, you also have the ability to create new characters in the game. You know, you can go and create. When you create a new character, they are basically the pupil of the character who made them. When they gain stats, a little bit of the stats they gain goes to the person who made them.
Okay. So it's also got like a legacy component to it.
I was gonna say something more like a pyramid scheme, but sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the pretty backgrounds in the game that I'm playing. It's pretty. It's really pretty back there. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. The game's very beautiful.
It's the only part of this that doesn't make me think of Germany. I'm like, this kind of looks like, I don't know, maybe like an African.
There's definitely some variety. That is for sure.
African savannah, maybe. This doesn't feel German to me.
I haven't been to like Western. I haven't been to like Western Germany, but yeah, it's very arid here. That is for sure.
Yeah, I like the
It's
Australian
very California.
Yeah,
and Mount Fuji, and like this Mount Fuji looking thing is back there for sure. Yep.
Don't forget how you unlock features with you having to petition the court. Oh yeah, You have to petition the Senate to unlock features, and but the senators in general don't like you, so you have to influence them, which means you bribe them by just giving them items.
Makes sense.
What items you give them? So every item has a rarity number, and each senator has a specific rarity number that they like the best, and these numbers go from like 1 to 256. And the closer you are to the number they like, the happier they are.
Okay.
But just because you've bribed them really well doesn't mean they'll vote for you. They might still vote against you.
Mm-hmm.
If enough of them vote against you and it fails, you have the option to say, you know what, we're going to pass this anyway, and just beat the living heck out of anyone who voted against you.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Lot going on there in Disgaea. How many Disgaea games have they made? Because I'm assuming you're still only talking about the first one.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm effectively only talking about the first one right now. Six mainline games.
So many. Oh my goodness.
A sequel to the first one. Okay, so Disgaea 2 is a sequel to the first one, but there's a sort of a direct sequel to the first one, sort of like FX2.
Okay.
Which is called Disgaea D2, because that's not confusing. They just announced the 7th today. There are 2 offshoot games just about printies, but they aren't tactical games. And NIS kind of uses a lot of the sprites and some of the concepts for this in a lot of their other games too, but they aren't technically Disgaea games. And then there's some crossover games.
Okay.
I think I own one of them, Cross Edge. That's the one I own? I think that's the one I own. I forget which one I own. But there are some crossover games that cross over with other series.
I have heard of the crossover stuff before, yeah.
And their other games cameo back into the next Disgaea and vice versa. Yeah, they're always cameoing throughout their games, but that's not the crossover stuff. So for example, one thing, one of Scala's favorite games, if I remember right, the musical game Rhapsody.
Oh yeah.
If I remember right, the characters in there are cameo into Disgaea games.
Okay.
Yep, Phantom Brave was good. I have that game.
No, it's cool.
So, yeah.
Definitely getting some good comments back in the chat here from fans of at least some of the games or spin-offs, so that's good.
Yeah.
And while we were talking about Disgaea, we have almost completed an entire chapter of this game, so hey.
Yeah.
Win-win.
And and everyone loves the printies. Because poor printies. They say dude. D-O-O-D. Dude.
Dude.
And the poor printies. They're basically souls stuck in a penguin costume.
I have seen the penguins. I'm familiar with the penguins.
Also, if you throw a printy, they just explode. Funny thing is, I can't even tell you really which Disgaea is my favorite. Like, they're all good in different ways.
Okay.
Second game, I didn't like the story as much of, but I love the fact that there is a voiced rock song in the middle of it at one point, which is the theme song for Etna, which is who is one of the greatest characters in the series.
This fight is not fun.
No. Why are you doing it?
I have to. I can't. It's in the way.
Look, Salty, I'm sorry. I'm not thrilled with the story, but I did dress up as Adele for Halloween one year.
Oh, I have 100% chance to stun. That seems good.
Nice. And the nice thing about stunning one of these schlub guys is it lasts forever.
Yep. And then I delayed him into oblivion as well. So, and hopefully this will time out so that when I'm done finishing off this one, the dome thing will be all ready to open up and do its thing.
I had to have red hair too.
Perfect timing. Thank you. I'm going to abuse the system a little bit here, so I get a delay if I do another red attack, so I'm just going to let Pack go again. Because I can.
They designed the system to be abused. You can base this on... Oh, that's the thing I forgot to mention. Afraid it's fine. You can also throw enemies into other enemies, and then they combine into a single enemy with the level of the two enemies combined.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which means that if you want to get a big burst of experience, you knock some enemies down to very little health, combine them so they still have very little health, and then kill them for a ton of experience. There are lots of ways to cheese this game.
Well, I don't know if you sold me, but I do appreciate the all of the explanations and details.
Did you mention the monsters turn to weapons? They don't do that in the first game. They only do that in the later games. But yes. Monsters turn to weapons.
So we've got the second Flam fight coming up here. She's back for revenge, and it's a little bit beefier this time, and also kind of... I had a very bad experience with this boss in my last practice run for the marathon, so I'm gonna make sure I do this right.
Yep.
The music on this fight is incredible. It's the boss battle has like a unique theme.
All right, risky grenade.
Yep, we're gonna try to get the stun going on the main tank here. None of the armor came off, unfortunately, which was very unlucky.
Yeah, I noticed that.
That doesn't really matter at this point.
No, we haven't knocked enough health off for that to be a...
No. Oh, I wanted to put... Shoot. I wanted to put one of my armor shredders in, and I forgot, so I guess we're going to be doing this for a couple turns. That's fine.
Oh, we're still trying to get that stun to hit, too, so...
Yep. There we go. Do have a 70% chance to get the stun. If it wants to heal HP, that's fine. I don't care. Alright, and now I need to start working on these shields. So, let's get Kyle in here. Let's get Brits in here.
Alright, this will shred armor quickly.
That stun's going to last for a bit, but it's not going to last the whole time I'm doing this, but it's a small trade-off to get all the shields off, which I definitely need to do as well. But I got a lot of damage to chip through, so... Alright, I'm going to bring Socks back in because he has got a yellow weapon, and that will help maybe get a couple of delays on it as well, given enough turns, especially if I get the stun lock going.
Yep. All right, we got the stun. Good, good.
Again, for bosses, they don't always last an entire round, so that's kind of to be expected.
We have a bit of a... we're a bit low on our health.
Yeah,
but
I'm going to actually have Borin heal here. Just so I can keep comfortably ahead of that 50% mark. And this boss's big attack is really, really bad. It will deal like over 6,000 damage, so if it does the whole countdown thing and does it...
Hey, maybe let's not talk...
So.
sorry, not you. Maybe let's not talk about that in chat. Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, we're about halfway there. The tower is going to pop up here in a second, and nice crit.
Yeah, that was
Hopefully
good.
I'll be able to just kind of take it right back down. Yeah, the stun lock is working quite nicely again.
Alright. Keeping it...
But this is
Come
only
on,
really
Sauce.
possible because of the risky as well to do the bad luck. It's just quite the powerful combination. All right, I'm gonna actually do some link attacks here. I'm gonna go
Just
in a
to shut-
certain order here.
Just to shut that healing machine off before it even gets a chance to...
Yeah, it's probably gonna get like one turn, but that's okay. Okay, that was not cool. How dare you? Stealth increases evasion.
Oh.
I still have a 100% chance to hit with Borin though, so honestly, like, it's fine. And the body of the tank is actually all I need to kill, so it might just die anyway. Because I have I have 2 link attacks in the bag. I think this is over.
Also looks
Yeah.
like we got it. Yep.
Yeah, that fight
Yep.
again. The stun locking, when it works, it is so good. And it doesn't always work, because each of those individual stuns was a 70% chance to hit, so... And I hit almost all of them, so that was... Yeah, another very good boss fight that is not guaranteed to go well.
Thank you for the raid, Yusuf Hatlani. Someone actually reminded me, I completely forgot about one of the other features that, like, tends to be a big selling point for the people who, you know, who love tactics.
Mm-hmm.
So so you don't just gain you don't just gain your stats. You
Mhm.
also gain like weapon proficiencies.
Are we
effectively.
back on Disgaea again now?
Yeah,
Okay, just checking.
yeah. You also gain weapon proficiencies.
Okay.
So as you use a weapon, you get better and better at it, and that unlocks new special abilities.
That's a fairly common mechanic.
For each special ability that you unlock, as you use it also gains levels and becomes better.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah. So, and you keep some amount of those levels when you reincarnate. So that's where all this reincarnation stuff comes from.
I gotcha.
The reincarnation stuff is so meaningful because of the way the stat
Oops,
system
that's
works,
not
which is whatever your base stats are, effectively very close to it. So let's say you have a 10 strength, you'll effectively get 10 points of stats every 2 levels.
Mm-hmm.
But if you increase those base stats, which you can do by reincarnating,
Mm-hmm.
you're just getting more stats across the whole game. It's called Disgaea Jiu-Jitsu. It is.
I believe the point
It
stand.
is-
I believe the point stands based on your description.
What?
I saw Disgrinda. I thought that's what you were referring to.
Yeah. It is. It just hit its 20-year anniversary of Jiu-Jitsu. Like I said, the grinding is all optional.
Mm-hmm.
You can beat the game just like any normal game without doing any of the grinding. You can choose what systems to master or not.
Okay. Do I have... I do have Electromines. Ooh.
Sure, the grind, for some people, the grind is the point salty. But I've always just loved that it's one of the games that rewards you for mastering systems rather than punishes you for not mastering them.
All right, so the quote unquote random fights definitely start to get a lot more rude.
Yeah, we've talked about these particular shapes of bad guys and how awful they are.
Yeah. But a lot of times you can get a stun on them, and that helps for a variety of reasons.
The real harm to us with all of these trash mobs that we're beginning to fight now that are tough is how much they are tearing into our SP reserves.
Yeah, and the game is a little bit more generous with giving you refreshes and heals and stuff to sort of counteract some of that, but it still feels a little imbalanced with, I would say, just kind of the bosses themselves it just feels a little less fair. Yeah, a lot of HP and armor sponges, for sure.
Oz. Yeah, we're in attrition-based gaming right now. I mean, that's... I mean, but in a sense, what speedrun isn't in attrition-based gaming by the time you get into the end of it? You're always
certainly
trying
for
to
glitchless runs, yeah.
Yeah, you're almost always in speedruns that, that are, at least for most RPGs and especially kind of this style, you're almost always just trying to get the minimum amount of resources you need to pull it off.
The purple ones are what they're called dangerous encounters. They're like basically mini boss fights most of the time.
Wait, purple triangles? Aren't those the ruins?
Oh, to me they're kind of blue. Sorry about that. Yeah. What am I doing? I'm trying to stun this guy.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the ruins, J-Hat.
Yeah, I think you're right. I missed that. My bad.
That's where we can go on little side-scrolling adventures and get some extra stuff.
Yeah, we're generally not going to be doing that anymore in the run. We don't need to do any more ruins, but we did do a couple earlier.
But if I'm wrong and you're talking about basically the purple starburst, effectively, or explosion,
Yeah.
that's just a harder encounter. Much harder. Which is impressive, because these encounters are hard.
Yeah, these are the safe encounters now.
No side-scrolling kitties. Yeah, we haven't done that since Chapter 5. I don't... if by mini bosses you mean one of the purple encounters? In terms of time suck, maybe. I don't think they're quite as dangerous.
Some of those purple fights, I've done them casually. They are legitimately like brutal.
Like, bosses just feel more dangerous in general, only because bosses, a lot of the bosses in the game have attacks that if you aren't ready for them and you're saying, oh, I'm at 75% health, that's safe, you could be wrong.
Yeah, if you don't defend, or things can go off the rails pretty quickly with some of the boss fights. I've been very fortunate so far with how they've gone.
Yeah, and see this guy. This is effectively like one of the earliest bosses in the game rehashed.
Yeah, there are some of these, but they don't have nearly the hit points that they do earlier on, and they're more susceptible to status effects.
Oh, we do not want to be reset back to an intermission. That would be a massive time loss.
These ones are actually called Jackal, called or at least that's the name that it kind of looks like. His stun attack has a very long windup. I just noticed for like the animation, Brits does.
Well, as long as it hits, probably Sigma's done.
Oh yeah. Like, because the enemies also have their own animations and things like that, in terms of doing, in terms of actually, like, speedrunning, stunning an enemy is honestly, like, the fastest thing that you can do, because they just don't get their turns, and you save all of that time when they would be doing their attack animations, and in addition to all the other benefits of not being attacked.
Jiu-Jitsu, your timing on that question is perfect. Do we use any of the different ammo we pick up? Not only do we use it, we're going to use it on the boss at the end of this chapter.
Next chapter.
Next chapter? I'm off by one.
We're on 10. No, it's all good.
Off by one.
We're cruising right along, so.
But yes, we are going to use it the boss at the end of the next chapter. So.
Just because I don't want to prove you wrong, Firebird, I will use it. I'll use one of the special ammos on this boss just for you.
Don't waste it.
It would, though.
Not worth it. We'll talk about why we get close to that boss, but yeah. It does not go entirely to waste, though admittedly we have not used any of it up to this point.
I haven't really needed it
at all.
Yeah.
Like, there's not generally a lot of good reason to use it.
Yeah.
Because special abilities do the same thing, but usually better. Right, like SMT, status effects are king. To be fair, status effects are king in a lot of RPGs.
Yeah, we can't really. We can't really take stuff down that fast. So, status effects really help with a lot of those dynamics of the combat system in this game. A lot of HP sponges in this game. You into you. Do not want those mobile gas canister enemies to do their thing. It is miserable when they get going.
Trying to think. Oh yeah, there's a game that I own called Halcyon 6. In that game, every attack you use adds a status effect of some sort. And the game is all about juggling them because like half the status effects in the game trigger if another status effect is already on the enemy you're attacking. A specific status effect is on them.
Oh, okay.
But it wipes it out when it activates. So you end up with juggling through these status effects. It's very, very well done.
Okay.
Well, thanks for watching, Jujutsu.
Hack is having a good run tonight. Getting lots of crits and all that good stuff.
Game Migumo says FF4 is amazing with status effects. Wait, I mean there's a status effect in FF4 other than Berserk?
That one specifically, yeah.
I tease. Also, that question pretty much tells you why I am not one of the top runners of that game. Slow exists in FF4, yes, I agree.
Alright, we have maxed out our armor for the run. By the way, this is the cutscene that lets you know that you are on the path to the true ending. That means that we did meet the requirements for Brits to stay in the party later on when there's a chance he might leave, so we're good.
And Blink! Blink is a status effect. Imagine if we could get Blink in this game. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
2 or 3.
Yep. Really gonna try to start flexing the stuns a little bit more here down the stretch. It's just such a good ability, and then on the non-boss enemies, it also tends to last a lot longer. Like if you stun a boss, it will always come off after one full cycle, if not sooner. But for most normal enemies, it usually will. It usually lasts like 2 cycles of turns for everybody. It's kind of hard to quantify because the game doesn't really work exactly that way. It's not perfectly turn-based just because each ability has like a unique cooldown timer. But generally speaking.
I was damn lucky I got the true ending. Didn't even know about the requirement for it, but my need to max out bonds in games really helped out.
Yeah,
nice.
If your natural inclination is to really focus on the social components of this game, yeah, it probably turned out pretty well for you. I think the game does actually a pretty good job of trying to lead you to it by sort of showing the dynamics of the relationship between Brits and the other children, but it's definitely not a given, and I will say in my first playthrough I did miss it, unfortunately.
Stop has its uses in FF4 randomizer as well, which we might get to see in this marathon later. Do we have...
It's tomorrow night, yeah. Free Enterprise. I am also a Free Enterprise person, so... I believe it is... Who?
I'm looking at it. Alicel and Cubs Rule.
I couldn't remember if it was Allie and Cubs or Allie and Asuka, so yeah. That'll be a really fun race tomorrow night, and you should definitely check it out. I know that our resident... composer Xenocat also made a custom twin harp song for that seed that is going to be a world premiere, so definitely worth your time. All right, let's see if I can get those electro mines to proc again.
I'll have to watch that on our repeat.
Perfect. That works. I stunned the really annoying one that I don't want to have to deal with right away.
Because I will be in the middle of my D&D game at that point.
Good reason.
Brits has probably more wishes to talk to X things, I assume. I don't understand that.
Oh, in the notebook, I believe, what they're referring to. Like, the thing that'll make them happy is talking to people. I don't know if that's true or not, but the game does try to point you in the direction of things that will be beneficial to you, so it wouldn't surprise me. I do not want to have to deal with you anymore, so please be gone.
I remember the notebook occasionally asking us to do something that during the casual run that was completely impossible. It's like, do this thing in the garden. We can't.
Perfect. I need health and SP, so this is a nice little pickup here. Nom 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 nom. That was a big explosion. That one felt good.
Game reminds me sort of the game Dragon Quest Rocket Slime.
That one I have not seen, so I can't weigh in on if the comparison is accurate or not.
That one I've never even heard of.
I think this is a good battle for their Link attack.
Stalker, why was prepared for battle in French? Because this game was developed by a French developer. Yep. In fact, there are 2 languages you can pick for the voiceovers: Japanese or French.
Mm-hmm. True facts. It is a little jarring, I will say, to sort of see the random French in a lot of the different parts of the game, though. So I get it. If you don't know that part of the story of the game and the development and all that. Yeah, and I haven't actually mentioned that yet, but that is also true. So if I was to be using the French voice acting, it's actually, for the most part, I think there may be 1 or 2 exceptions, or maybe not, but it is mostly Japanese voice actors speaking in French, and I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's interesting. Well, it takes place in like France and Germany, so I mean it makes sense from the world that they are trying to convey as well. So it's not just the developer's backstory, but that is definitely part of it.
Every modern platform, Jiu-Jitsu. Yep. Every modern platform.
Yeah, and if you like the world and you like the characters, this game has a lot of depth and replayability as well. You can really do a lot of different things with the game. Whether it's different endings or it's got New Game Plus, you can just play through it differently depending on, you know, how you feel like your first playthrough went after you kind of went through and saw everything.
Correct, Ghost Kumo. It is.
Yep, it is the Little Tail Bronx franchise world, whatever you want to call it, universe.
Oh, yes, Sintimo. I just saw Hi-Fi Rush for the first time this week, and oh, that thing knocked my socks off.
Yeah, I will say Fuga was my first Little Tail Bronx game, and I've still been meaning to go back, and I definitely want to try the other ones. Let's just do this. My SP is a little tight. I've been kind of nursing it along here, but I'm almost certainly going to have to refill it at some point here. But I got a good setup now to kind of whittle this fight down, I think, and fit in a heal as well. Still get the delay. Yeah, this will be perfect, actually. Because I can't not Burning Trigger, but I can not attack with my other two. I mean, that was Chained Echoes for me when I found that game last December, or, you know, so a couple months ago. I had not heard of the game. It was a Kickstarter, and I guess a lot of people kind of knew about it or knew it was coming down the pike, but it definitely caught a lot of people by surprise, myself included, and I'm really glad that I found it as soon as I did, so. I'm sure Hi-Fi Rush is also very neat. It's definitely on my radar to check out at some point, but I'm generally not very good with action platformers, so I don't know. Okay, that was a nice that was a nice attack. I was not expecting everything to die.
Despite my constant attempts to make you better at platformers.
You probably have made me better at platformers, but just not that better.
I started you with Kid Icarus. Where did I go wrong?
Yeah, my backlog is in not a great place. Ooh, my health is also not in a great place right now. My backlog is not in a great place right now. I still need to go back and play several games. I'm actually going to burn a link attack here.
I was like, wait, you cannot be defended. That is...
Nah, no defending.
We made that mistake last time.
Yeah, I will just say, as someone who has played a lot of Chained Echoes, it absolutely lives up to the hype. So it's a good one. I'm okay. That's okay. This is also the last fight before the boss. So, oh, I thought that was I meant that to be a stun grenade. Oh well. Ow.
That's more annoying, but
could be worse. We got it now. Oh man, look at all these link attacks I have too. No, I just want a normal attack. I do... Oh, shoot. Okay. No, I did want to do a stun grenade there. Oh, I think I might get another chance. Because I will get a little bit of... Yeah, ooh. Never mind. Okay, this is fine. Because Born. Oh, I don't trust
Born's the wrong
that. I
color.
don't trust that. He's afraid. I was gonna use Overload, but I'm scared. I'm scared that he will not kill it, and then I will take a lot of damage. So let's just do this instead.
That solves a lot of problems.
Burning Attack is the optimal ability for the twins for a couple different reasons. So we haven't talked about Burning Trigger in a while. Burning Trigger, once you use it 3 times, it does not wear off for the entire rest of the chapter. In terms of the damage boost, which is almost double damage from a normal attack. And it only wears off if you, with Hack, use anything other than Burning Trigger, which you shouldn't do if you're paying attention. Or at the end of a chapter, it will wear off, and then you just have to recharge it again at the beginning of the next chapter. And then Chick's support ability, because we pretty much exclusively put the 2 of them together. The support ability lowers the cost. So Burning Trigger normally costs 5, but when their relationship is fully maxed out, it only costs 2. And being able to use Burning Trigger every turn for 2 is very sustainable over the course of the run. So yeah, the way it reads, I think that was my assumption when I first played the game as well, but it is not. It is for the entire chapter. You maintain that damage boost. And now we are fighting the Traskus, so this is actually something new as well. Firebird, do you want to fill us in on what this thing is all about?
I mean, this is just the evil us.
Yeah, that's a good description.
The funny thing is, I'm looking at this and immediately thinking of Fuga too.
Yeah, they have already announced that, like, what part of, like, the gimmick for Fuga 2 is you actually end up in the Tarrascus instead of your usual time spent in the Tyrannus, which is the tank that we're in this time, so that is not a good percent.
Yeah, this is, you know, this is sort of the evil us. This is the first of the 2 times we'll face this boss, right?
Yep.
Yep. And remember,
and we definitely
there
do
aren't a lot of
not want
bosses left in the game.
we do not want the big scary looking cannon to fire for obvious reasons. Actually, I'm gonna keep that for a little bit. I actually like this loadout right now.
Boron's gonna go rogue. How are we possibly gonna do a speedrun without Boron?
You really want splash damage with this boss, because I want to take out the arm, but I also want to be dealing damage to the main boss. So stuff like Megaton Blast is really, really good. Now let's see how this is going to time out. I should be able to delay it and then... Yep. Now I think we'll go ahead and use Boren's Link attack. And then I think we'll be good for a while.
Well, I'd say if you want there to be more games in this series, buy Fuga 2.
Buy Fuga 1. No,
buy.
buy Fuga 1.
Well, yeah, buy Fuga if you don't already own it.
Why not both?
But
okay, my
buy
health
games
is a
from the
little
developer.
lower than I want. Oh, that's not good. But I have a lot of folks I can sub in there, so that part's not terrible. Oh, but I don't have the ability to swap right now. Once the arm is down, it is pretty great to be able to use Burning Trigger, so it just depends on what part of the fight you're in. I do want to get at least 1 delay off of this thing, though, because it will actually change. Oh, it already did it. Okay. I was hoping I had 1 more round to do that. It sort of like replaces its weakness, or however you want to think about it.
JRPG, sure. It's, you know, it's depicting a war, so yeah. And we're driving around in a tank. It's a JRPG, and the enemies are mostly tanks or tank-like. So yeah, it's not an unreasonable description. How much of this fight is just ensuring you don't get evil cannoned? Effectively, all of it.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to whittle the boss down, as long as you keep the cannon disabled.
I mean, this is sort of the usual caveat that you get with almost every speedrun of an RPG ever that's that's either glitchless or mostly glitchless, which is we are coming in with less power than we would in casual, therefore we have to control the fight as much as possible.
Yep. That's fine.
Cute stalker. They certainly want to use their version of the soul cannon, and we really don't want them to.
Yeah, that will not happen. Okay, I wish I had healed before this. I hope I don't regret. Oh, nope, we're good. Cool. I was a little unsure about that.
Yeah, that felt sketchy.
Yeah, it didn't feel good watching that come in, but we're all right for the moment. In a good spot now. I'll easily be able to finish that last little bit of health off before it goes off. Knocked out! Oh dear, okay. Well, that was unexpected. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. We're in the fight far enough along that I'm not too worried about it. We'll just roll with this for a little bit, and we should be fine.
Nah, we'll get through this, Salty. But that
was not
earlier.
Ideal. We don't want that to happen.
That happens
we'll make the best
earlier
of
in the
it.
fight. This could have been real bad, but
Yep. It's just gonna take. Uh-oh, he's gonna actually get that off too. So I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay.
there's gonna be a lot of time.
Well, that
in
was
bed.
rude. That was just straight up rude. Okay. How about we just finish you off instead? Actually, how about we heal so I don't die? That seems smart too. So I would say at this point this fight's a little bit off the rails.
Yeah, I agree.
Not great. Let's shred some armor, shall we? That's okay. We've had pretty good boss fights to this point, so if we kind of have a less great one here, that is... Oh my goodness. Okay, I really need Borin to use that in a second here. I kind of need to get like my legs back under me in terms of my health, so I'm going to focus on that for a second. There we go.
There we go.
Yep.
Okay.
And they're at 100, they're at 82. Okay, let's get you back in there. Because, like, with the injuries, I do need to be kind of careful.
Come on.
Oh, I wish that had... gotten rid of the shield on the main. That is typically how that works, and that was definitely bad luck. Okay, that's fine. You can do that. I don't care. That might go off again. I'll try to not have it go off, but my damage output is very diminished at this point.
That delay helps.
Yeah, that should help. But one more turn, though. Is everybody going to get a turn before then? Yes. Okay. I also need to finish off the other guy here. So let's do this. I'm going to get rid of that armor. Nope. Oh, I want the blue. Hey, I could always use the soul cannon, right?
No.
No. No. That is
Oh,
actually...
that was unexpected.
What?
You got a stun.
Oh, nice, yeah. That is a chance to do that, so... Okay, and now... Oh, no, it's actually got just the tiniest little bit of health left. Okay. So that's knocked out. Alright, now we just need to finish things off. Okay, that looks fine. Again, I know this looks bad. It's not as bad as it looks, I promise.
It's a time loss, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm way ahead of my pace, so a little bit of time loss at this point is not even that big of a deal. And I have all these items, so I'm doing just fine. It's fine. Oh, he missed. That was
even better.
That was also nice. I'm gonna use Overload when Borin gets a turn here, and that should finish things off.
It's gotta be close.
Yep. Yep.
Not.
Okay,
quite,
we got there. Yeah, that was definitely not a great fight. And that was mainly because Hack got knocked out. So that's basically RNG. It's not really something that's under my control, so just kind of had to ride it out. So this is chapter 10. We only have 2 chapters to go. There's kind of a lot of story stuff that happens after this first encounter with the Tarascus, so...
I don't think we're on world record pace anymore, Stalker.
I wasn't ever, so... My world record run of this category was ridiculous, and I probably would not be able to do that again. So the kids find their families, but then the threat still remains, so they're actually gonna get back in the tank and keep chasing after General Hax, who we were just fighting. We'll get him back. We have that is also the final boss fight is also against the Tarascus, and we'll get our revenge. We'll have a much better fight next time.
Blaze, you want to handle this one? So, story-wise, J Hat's asking, is this one of those boss fights that you win, but the story invalidates that win?
No, it's like, it's not really like that. It's, I'm gonna restock here a little bit. It's kind of like you wound it and it runs off, if that makes sense. That's more of the way the story presents what happens. So it's not like you lost, but you weren't not able to seal the deal. We should also mention, because it's going to become apparent in a second, Brit's kind of slipped away during the end of chapter 10, and he is no longer in the tank with us, so we've got to figure out what happened with him. I have a lot of injured kids, so this is going to take quite a bit of time to recover that as well. Come back to me, Hack. Alright, he's fine. Oops. Might as well heal again since I'm here. Or rest again, excuse me. Okay, we should be back to normal now. I don't know who's where right now. There we go. Okay, now we're back in order. Yeah, we're going to be leaning on Sheena and Socks more this chapter because Brits is not here currently.
I don't think I would make it through the game without sacrificing at least a few kids. I mean, it's just a video game.
There's definitely a few that their personalities are such that you kind of want to put them in the soul canon, I'm not going to lie.
There is a large contingent on Blaze's channel that roots for Kyle to
yeah,
usher it into the soul canon. I don't think anyone roots for Wappa. I think we just keep forgetting she's there.
not quite.
Apparently, a lot of people put Boron in the canon, which makes me sad.
That makes me sad too. That being said, I suspect he has a lot of soul energy.
Paw buns are made of soul.
Yes.
I would be right back. I'm going to grab some more orange juice.
All right, I'm just gonna keep rolling through these caves. This actually right here, you picked the perfect time, or he's probably not here. Firebird picked the perfect time. This is the single longest stretch without any combat in the entire game. This like 7 or 8 tile sequence, so. Wappa did have a brother named Mac. He was kind of big but a cannon needed firing, and he was solely responsible for loading that shot. Oh boy. Did I choose the first kit I put in? During chapter 1, you get a tutorial where they basically teach you how the soul cannon works, and you do get a demonstration, but then you get whatever that kit is back. And for the speedrun, we always just put Malt in the cannon because he's the first option that pops up when you when that menu pops up. You didn't like the twins design? That's fair.
Actually, Jujutsu, I chose the first person that Blaze ever threw into the Soul Cannon. Blaze threw it out to chat, and I said sucks.
Poor Socks.
Yeah, I felt bad afterwards. It was just the only name I remembered at the moment.
The very first one, yeah, you get to take it back, but they're just teaching you how the Soul Cannon works. It doesn't even count for like defeating the boss that you use it for. You have to rewind the whole thing, and you end up like fighting the boss again as well.
Yep, the game has time travel. Once.
It's more like the traditional kind of like you get to turn back the battle clock mechanic, I guess. So something cool is lurking in the background. You can kind of make it out. It's very toothy. This is one time where we're gonna actually use Kyle's ability. Kyle has a special ability called Piercing Rain that specifically targets flying enemies with armor, which there's really only a couple fights like this in the game, but this is one of them.
Well, Stalkers, there are only 3 endings. This ending, the one we're doing, the true ending, every kid has to be alive at the end. You have to have done the appropriate social stuff to keep Brits to the end, keep Brits, or have Brits with you at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how we get this one. The sort of the normal ending, basically you either lose Brits or you shoot at least one person out of a soul cannon.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what most people will probably see. Finally, there is a quote-unquote secret ending. I like to think of it more as a, oh my gosh, the impossible ending, but still. And that basically just requires that you sacrifice every single kid to the Soul Cannon. And while that is technically possible, and I've even seen it on camera, it is extremely difficult.
Yeah. You still have to beat the game with a rapidly dwindling number of children. Well, I'm making a definite attempt now to keep my my hit points nice and high, because I've had not really during the regular encounters, but that last boss fight kind of scared me a little bit.
I mean, None
It
the
spooked
Dragon,
me.
this is a game about war. You're kind of a monster however you come out of this game. Is at least an interesting one. Is what an interesting one? You have unlocked safety strats. Yeah. we have unlocked. This is a marathon. We'd like to actually.
The secret ending is very interesting. Yes,
Yeah.
I will
Glad
say.
I blazed it because I don't remember it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely find a video of it up on YouTube if you go looking for it. And it's got its own thing, so. Ah. One thing to note about this chapter is, because we're kind of, I guess, talking a little bit about, you know, when you can use the soul cannon and stuff. You actually can't use the soul cannon in this chapter. And actually, for the boss fight in this chapter, you actually can't use any abilities or link attacks. So I will be using my link attacks fairly liberally throughout this chapter because there's no reason to save them for the boss fight.
Yep. Yeah, we can't use special abilities. We can't use link attacks. That means use link attacks early. It also means, hey, if we get depressed, who cares? Like.
Oh, it's so close. Okay.
Also, now you understand why we're going to be using all of those items that we were talking about earlier. Since we can't use special abilities, but we still want to do things with special abilities, yeah, we're gonna put fire on the bad guys. We're gonna break through armor. This is where the items come into play. Also, if you're counting correctly, there are 12 kids and 12 bosses. If we can't use the soul cannon in this one, how do we possibly make this work?
In chapter 12, you get to use it twice.
Yep.
If you're going that route.
There's all kids, no kids, some kids, and beat the game 3 times on one save file for a sequel hook. Interesting.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Must be something in New Game Plus.
Yep. I don't know if that counts as like a different ending though. Brits will not let you put him in the cannon.
Brits is smarter than that.
Brits has been paying attention. Yeah, if you try to put Brits in the cannon before chapter 11, he's basically just like, yeah, no, I'm good. Starting to see more of like the mini boss kind of enemies too in this part of the game, so we're using a lot more like our stun attacks and things like that.
Nope, your tank has a name.
It does.
It's the Tyrannus. Which, let's be honest, that name alone should tell you that it's not a friendly tank.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex. No, you can't name it Tanky McTankface.
Like, your tank is basically named Tyranny. No, sorry. We're French, not British. Only the British name their stuff that way.
Yeah, they really only mention it at the very beginning when you first get it, what the name of the tank is. So that's not that's not just on you.
I've seen the name pop up a few times, but I forget exactly where.
It'll show up in the cutscenes a fair amount. If you're playing the game, it gets reinforced a lot more than the speedrun where we skip all of the cutscenes.
Well, I don't know how long you're going to be gone, but we should be finishing up in.
We got about 50 minutes left, I would say.
Yeah.
We're gonna be nicely around the estimate that I gave, which is unless something else bad happens, which can definitely happen on these last couple bosses. So I don't want to say that and have something bad happen, but for example, the boss of this chapter you are not supposed to be able to die to, I'm pretty sure, and I have somehow managed to die to this boss multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
So I will be on my best. I will be on guard to make sure that that does not happen.
Yeah, I was like, I realized I have to do math to figure out when this is gonna end, and I am no longer in the headspace where I can do math.
Yeah. Just trying to take it one fight at a time here, because a lot of the fights again down the stretch really do get pretty intense. It's a lot of the same strats, but like the stakes are higher, the enemies do a lot more damage, they have more hit points, and like a miss can really cost you.
Whoa, Quest for Glory evolved. I mean, sorta. I love Quest for Glory. Don't get me wrong. That is one of my favorite video games of all time. Have you ever played Quest for Glory?
Have I?
Yeah.
No. I did play a lot of the old Sierra adventure games, but not any of those ones.
They're fun. They tell a good story, but they also very much lean into the humor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that kind of angle that they take, which is a good one.
I mean, first game has you know Monty Python at all?
Yes.
Yeah. So first game has a tower that you climb to, and when you get to the top of the tower, this prankster wizard basically asks you 3 questions. You know, what is your name? And you give him your name. What is your quest? And you get a couple choices, but they're basically all. I believe the choices they give you, all of them successfully answer that one.
Okay.
And then the third question is somewhat randomized. There's a whole bunch of different choices, you know, but they're all in the theme of that Monty Python.
Oh, okay.
Scene.
So Tim the Enchanter.
So one of them you might get is, what is your favorite color?
Yeah.
And the correct answer is purple, because if you say that, the response is, I see you have eyes. The wizard's tower is purple, the mountain he's on is purple, everything about it is purple.
Oh, okay.
And one of them you get is can be what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
Of course.
Now I know what the correct.
So
answer
they're
is.
not so much taking inspiration from Monty Python as they're blatantly ripping off Monty Python.
a little bit here. Some of the other answers you might get are not blatant ripoffs. They just included those two as well. But the
Gotcha.
reason I love that second one is because I know what the correct answer is supposed to be. But one of the choices for answers was so good that I just had to get it wrong.
Did you get yeeted off? But did you get yeeted off the mountain, the purple mountain?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yes. It doesn't hurt you. You just disappear in a puff of smoke and appear at the bottom.
Okay. Well, at least there's that.
But one of the choices for answers is 9.8 meters per second squared if you tie a rock around its wings.
Well, that's not nice at all.
I just couldn't. I couldn't deny it. I was like, that's so brilliant.
Yeah, I also like how all of the tanks have ears. It's a pretty amusing design element. Alright, I still have 2 link attacks. I don't really feel like using one on this guy. It's not gonna be worth it. The speed of gravity, nice.
I mean, that's the joke.
Yeah. I
But
knew
that's
that
a
number
latent
sounded
swallow.
familiar.
Right.
Okay, so I've got 3 fights left before the boss, and I've got 2 link attacks. This one's definitely not worth using a link attack on.
But that's a laden swallow. Yeah, that's fair. That is a laden swallow. I still love the answer.
African or European swallow?
I mean, that's the one that doesn't get you yeeted off the mountain.
Just like in real life. I also feel like I don't need to use it on this one, but I guess I might as well, because it's gonna go to waste otherwise.
I mean, yeah, a lot of the humor in there is stolen from other sources.
Oh, yes.
The password to the Thieves Guild is Swordfish. Which that's a real that's a really obscure one, but people who know it know what's going on there.
Okay.
I guess you don't, probably.
I do
Probably
not. I do not know.
Nah. There's an old I want to not Abbott and Costello skit. It's an old comedy skit
Okay.
where the password is swordfish,
Oh, okay.
and that's just the German version of it basically. I can't remember which comedy duo did that, but and there's another password you need at some point. Underrated movie called Swordfish. Yeah, but there's a password at some point that you need to get into another spot, and when you see it written down, it looks like Hiden Goseki.
Okay.
Hide and go seek.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, lots of humor.
Definitely.
Very much.
Sounds fishy. Actually, it doesn't matter if I'm using Burning Trigger or not anymore, because I'm not going to be able to use it in the next fight.
Older than that. 1932 Marx Brother movie.
Oh, okay.
Horse Feathers. Yeah, that's how old it is.
All right, so I guess we should probably say who the next boss is going to be now.
Yeah. Sorry, J-Hat. I mean, not everyone loves the same stuff. And some of that has to do with, honestly, some of that has to do with gonna have to do with how old you are. To be perfectly honest, I'm not asking your age, but like if you're the right age, you get the references in some of those older adventure games that you don't get if you're younger.
Yeah, I feel like the stakes were just also very low with those games too, because like it just wasn't like if you game overed, like you were kind of expected to game over, and you just do it again. All right, so we're fighting Brits here. This is the one fight where we can really get a lot of utility out of these ammo items, because I can't use any special abilities in this fight because my party is depressed because we have to fight our friend. So we're going to try to use our items to at least keep him off balance enough to make the fight go smoothly.
Oh well, I thought that. I think that's
a joke. I think that's a joke.
I know.
Okay.
I thought that was their luggage combination.
I see where you went with that.
Mm-hmm.
It is advantageous for me to keep my health up. Even though, according to the way the fight is scripted, he's not supposed to be able to kill me. But he can randomly kill me, which I've had happen a couple times. But also, if I drop below half health, I can still have my characters get feared or some of these other things that I definitely do not want to have happen, so...
Carter caught me. Carter caught what I was going for. Yeah, there does seem to be a small health zone where he doesn't stop attacking, and that attack can just barely kill you.
Yeah. See, this is what I didn't want to have happen. Oh well.
What did we just get?
Oh, I got double feared. Yeah, part of his script is he's going to heal me here. So let's go ahead and... I'll leave Born, and he'll probably be fine.
Yeah, it's not entirely true, but I like to refer to this as the just hold A fight.
It's got that feel to it for sure. He kind of just cycles through his abilities. We'll get a delay on him here, and I got rid of his armor again, so that's all good. I do want to drop another heal here, so my health doesn't get too low. Alright, let's see if Brother is... Okay, Brother's good. Get a little more damage on the table here. Almost there now. All right. We got that fight done. Again, there's not much to that fight other than just being careful with like when he armors back up and making sure that you don't let your health get too low. But because we were good friends to Brits and we got the minimum required social links with him in order to be able to have him trust us when we tell him that his family is okay, he does rejoin the crew, and we are on track to still get the true ending where all 12 of the children survive. So we are good. And we're headed to the final chapter. Not a lot of fights left. This one, this chapter goes pretty fast until you get to the final boss fight, but a couple of the actual just sort of basic encounters are pretty miserable. So
Yeah.
one of
I
the few
think
parts of the game where I kind of have dedicated strats for some of the fights.
Yeah, I think we're being a little bit generous on this chapter goes fast. This chapter is short, but
Yeah.
a lot of the fights are.
Yeah, some of the quote unquote random fights are pretty scary. So, I'm currently on pace for about a 523. So that would be pretty amazing if I could get it all the way down to 518. But you never know.
Well, Potato Hoarder, I support your decision. I think this is a great company that has put out some amazing games and deserves support.
All right. So I gotta fix my party up here a little bit because they're kind of out of order. Although I actually do want to keep my 2 yellows in for the next fight.
I have apparently unleashed Carter.
Hey, nothing wrong with some good Spaceballs references. That's fine, Stalker. I'm just letting you know what I'm seeing from my place here, so.
Yeah, Oh, it's a very fun movie. Yeah, the problem with this chapter really is that everything has been supersized.
Yeah. Oof, I only got one. Also, the Wrath just gets really, really obnoxious in this chapter. And again, Wrath is double damage.
Oh yeah, I love Men in Tights.
I'm assuming we're talking about movies.
I mean, yes.
I had to.
Hey, I LARP.
Alright, that fight went that one's a little tricky. That went pretty well with the stuns. I would have liked to have stunned 2 of them, but it all went pretty quickly. And the one attack, I think he missed multiple shots, so that was nice. You also get a lot of like the ultimate story reveal here at the end too, so we're kind of skipping most of that.
Story? What's story in a speedrun?
Exactly, but like there's a pretty big twist at the end of this game that's kind of cool, so I won't spoil it, but it is definitely neat.
Kyle, language.
For heck's sake, Kyle. Oh yeah, and since we're in pseudo France, we're not quite there yet, I don't think, but you will see the Eiffel Tower pretty soon. This actually works fine.
Well, if rumors are true, History of the World Part 2 is going to be released sometime in the next year or two. Ugh, those things hit so hard when they're wrathful.
Yeah, they're not great. So I actually want to get Kyle in for the next fight. Brits. Yeah, the music in this final chapter is amazing. Still no more upgrades. That's the big monster that we saw briefly in the underground, by the way. Called the Vannergend. I like how Hack is just over there doing calisthenics in the corner while the city's being engulfed by the big giant monster. All right. So we're gonna do that piercing rain, and then Brits has a AoE shock on flying enemies. So we're gonna try to get that also. And we got all three of them. Oh, that's awesome. Alright, well this fight's gonna go well. Nice. Okay, these fights have been going good. The kind of dicey ones I've been kind of cleaving through them nicely. This next one is probably the hardest fight in this chapter. There's just nothing nice about this fight at all. Oh, I wanted Kyle. Okay, well, we're gonna try to get some stuns on some of these. But this fight's a bit of a slog.
Yep. This is the fight that instantly came to mind when I was talking about how bad these guys were.
Yeah, this one really is just the worst. Getting some good stun going, though, so there is that. The other thing that's really tricky about these is, again, these are the ones that will do that, they'll do that wrath, because they're kind of color-coded, so you sort of know as the player But any enemy that's like bright red like this, they're gonna do that wrath when they get to half health, so kind of know it's coming. You just have to finish stuff off as quickly as you can. Trying to get the armor off of them too. Alright, so this is pretty good. Actually, hold on. I need to actually use an energy heal here. I'll finish him off. Bring Borin back in. Hack should be able to finish this front one off before it gets another turn. And none of them have had their Wrath trigger yet, which is just very, very helpful. I think I got this as is right now, because he's going to get delayed, and then I should be able to get at least 2 burning triggers off. Yeah, this is good. Okay. Again, that was a slow fight, but that honestly went really, really well, so...
Well, that's the goal at this point.
Yeah, you just have to kind of manage the trickier ones.
We're looking at the last 3 non-boss fights in the game.
A few more than that, but there's not much left. And then we got the big final showdown. So I have their link attack now. Yeah, red, so it's going to do Wrath. Kind of standard. Alright, so we got 4 more. And 2 of them are pretty nasty. The other ones aren't too bad. Try to stun lock this guy. Kind of let everybody take in a little bit of the epic nature of this last area too, the music and everything. Nice crit.
Well, we don't get a lot of chance for them not to take it in. The area takes a while.
Yeah, there's a lot of HP sponges.
And it had to happen eventually.
It's happened a few times.
Who was that?
I don't know. I think that was some NPC. The Vannergan reminds me of the big, like, weird spirit of the forest monster in Princess Mononoke. The one that, like, they cut the head off of it, and it, like, yeah, it just looks really, really creepy. Oh, I didn't do this right. Oh well. Link attack, I guess. I just ruined my burning trigger, but I did it for a good reason, so it was for a good cause.
Try to avoid that wrap.
Yeah, he just got the one hit in with it. That's fine. I do want to save the other two Link attacks for the final boss fight, so I would have preferred not to use it on that one, but I kind of screwed up, so I sort of had to do that. Otherwise, it would have really drugged that fight out with the supply guys. Alright, we're in the final stretch here. You can see that last intermission. You can see where the last boss fight is there. End of the road. We're getting all these pickup items that we can't even upgrade the tank past level 10, so kind of not really doing much for us, but it is what it is. I think I want to do this the other way around so that I can do that AoE stun again. A thunderstorm, as we called it. Oh, got them both. Nice.
Cute. J-Hat. Cute.
Alright, one down.
Are there challenge runs for this game? Like, no upgrades?
There aren't like dedicated categories for that at all, but I mean, there's a lot of different ways to play this game, and you can certainly do a challenge run of it with all sorts of parameters for sure. So, I think
Just
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just as a heads up, there's no real means of grinding in this game, so it's something like no upgrades might not be possible because you don't necessarily have an alternate path to gain the power you need.
Yeah, I don't think no upgrades would work, to be honest.
Challenge run, only Soul Cannon favorites.
Oh, just like tear my heart out of my chest. Alright, there's nothing fun about this fight. Let's see here.
I mean, challenge run would probably be something like always take the hardest route, but
That's how a lot of people just kind of play this game in general. That's how I did my casual playthrough.
wait, we didn't Soul Cannon the 4-year-old, did we? No, we Soul Cannon Malt,
Yeah.
and that didn't stick. Malt's not 4, Malt's 12, going on 13. This is just tank FTL. I've heard the comparison before. I mean, it's not procedurally generated,
Yeah.
but
Gotta hustle to get some of these, at least one of these guys down now before it kind of gets a little out of control. Yikes.
this is more forgiving than FTL. I mean, that's not a difficult statement.
Okay, good. Did not want him to get a turn there. Alright, there's one. Heal up here. Have to deal with this garbage now. Let's see. You're not afraid. Bourne I don't care about particularly. I do need to heal again here. Oh, he missed. Oh, double missed. That's not great. Trying to keep these stuns on here. Oh, they have their link attack again. That's actually really, really nice. All right. Now we're good. We have weathered the storm. This is the last normal encounter in the run, and then it's just the final boss fight after this, so... We're almost to the end.
This is a good time.
Mm-hmm. 4 out of 5 there. Alright, there we go. Ooh, that fight felt a little dicey.
I think I'm almost at my end too, so this is a very good time.
Yep, we got this.
Can't help but imagine Hack going, burning trigger. How do you imagine him saying that when he clearly says bum ba 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 bum?
I do have to heal my injuries here.
Then I can go to sleep like a good middle-aged dude and go to work this morning.
Oh my gosh, don't tell me about... yeah, work.
I really hope you're a West Coaster.
I might as well just do this since I'm here. Maybe I'll... Oh yeah, I snuck in another level for Borin. Perfect. So that means I probably shouldn't Here, let's try those two. I don't know. Hoping I could get one more level. Oh, hey. Brits really wanted to sleep. All right, so we are going up against the Tarascus again. It's basically the same as the Chapter 10 fight, except he's got a couple more tricks up his sleeve, but the overall structure of the fight is very, very similar. He's got the cannon arm. We've got the main body that we need to take out, and he's gonna go through cycles with the different colors. He's gonna have some ads that come in this time. That's a little different than the last one, but not by a lot.
Come to think of it. Actually, no, not ads. At ADDS. Come to think of it, even West Coast is getting kind of scary. I kind of hope you're in Hawaii.
Trying to just sort of manipulate my turn order to get the best possible character going each round. Really don't want to mess with the arm this time. That got a little out of control last time. I did not enjoy that experience. 0 out of 10. Do not want to do again.
Estes Coast here. I'm gonna drop like a rock in 5 or so minutes. Yeah, East Coast here. I dropped like a rock an hour ago.
All right, we got the arm down.
Oh.
All right, so we've got the link attack.
Watching us while working.
This is actually a perfect time for that because I can refill some SP. The nice thing about having Sheena be buds with both Brits and Socks is now I just went ahead and put Brits back in, and I immediately have another link attack queued up for when I need it.
We need those link attacks for when the orbs eventually appear.
Which is, yep, here's the first one. They come onto the turn order pretty late though. So like as you can see, Brits is going to get a turn before they do. So we're good.
And we do have sort of a backup option where it's, you know, assuming our SP is high enough, Boron can
actually want to switch them because I don't need the
blast.
SP, so I want to use hers.
And then we can swap him back to the front of the line and then Megaton Blast again. One Megaton Blast won't quite take out the orbs usually.
Oh,
not without a crit.
Well, the one's stunned, and that one's going after Born, so I think I'm fine. Kind of unexpected, and I'll take it. Because, yeah, Megaton Blast will definitely take them out the rest of the way.
Bop.
Alright, the arm is back. Fine. Actually, it got back just in time to get Megaton blasted, so that actually timed out pretty well in the grand scheme of things. Having Sheena in that main slot is also really nice because she can help heal.
Is Hax not in the tank? He's been quiet. What?
He's in there. He's a little he's kind of fused with it, if I remember right. Okay, so let's go ahead and Do a heal. And then if Hack is feared, I'll probably get him out for a little bit. I think one more Megaton Blast will take care of that, so I'm going to start working on this guy.
We got enough time?
Yeah. Yep.
I haven't been... Yeah, I just haven't been watching.
2 more turns. Yeah, even if this doesn't quite do it, the next... Somebody else will be able to take care of it. That definitely took care of things. I'm going to save that link attack. We'll see if we can maybe get a little bit of a stun lock going. Well, no, not if we're not even going to get the bad luck. I do have more ammo, though. This is another fight where you can use the ammo to some effect. He's already half dead, too, so that is good. Yeah, we got a 60% chance to stun. It will not last particularly long, but if I can get a little bit of a stun lock going, that is a nice thing to do. And Brits can also potentially stun, so... Alright. Let's go ahead and do a big SP heal here, because I think he's about to change to the red arm. Oh, he's going to call his friends again. I think he's going to call them right into this link attack that I have queued up. Yup. That was good. That was very good. Alright, so now we're in cannon mode. But I'll be able to keep this pretty under control here. Get rid of the last of this armor here.
Yep.
I will be able to delay that once with Brits, so I think... See where this puts me. Definitely an awful lot of damage. Oh, nice crit. Okay, that was not what I wanted to see. So, let's just make sure we don't die here. I'm gonna defend and heal up. Okay, whew. I'm very, very glad I had all my health there.
Yes. That was sketch.
But now I've got this, so. Oh, you missed. Oh no.
Oh,
We're
we
fine.
heal.
We're fine. We're fine. I'm very disappointed that that missed, though. I'm very disappointed in Borin that that missed. I guess I wasn't even thinking about that. Alright, I do have that Link attack. She's not even afraid, actually. Okay. So, let's get rid of that. Bring him in. Almost there. We're almost there. Oh, that was it. He just had like a couple hundred more hit points. All right, it's not time yet.
Was that 666?
It might have been. It was something. It was definitely a couple of sixes in there. Time is coming up. It is on the final dialogue option where we confirm that yes, we do not want to use the soul cannon. And almost there. Time.
Good game.
Thank you. We got it nicely under estimate. So I'm going to just kind of skip a couple of cutscenes just so we can get to the credits a little bit. So everybody can enjoy the last little bit of time with these characters. They are very good characters. This is a good game. It's a really good series. And again, I'm really, really grateful for the opportunity to get to show this off for everybody here on the RPG Limit Break channel as part of Questing for Glory. This is a great, just a wonderful experience if you ever get a chance to play this game. And I would argue it's objectively better as a casual game than a speedrun. But I still appreciate the opportunity to show off the speedrun as well. It's something I've put a lot of time and energy into, and I don't get a ton of opportunities to show it off. And I hope everybody that did get a chance to check it out tonight enjoyed it, because I definitely had a really good run, and it was fun to share it with you. So Firebird, any closing thoughts from you before we send it on back?
Nothing more than just thanks everyone for hanging with us the whole time and talking to us in chat. You made this a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're a little bit ahead, you can just watch a little bit of the credits here. You can see the little epilogue, and you'll be all set for Fuga Melodies of Steel 2 when it drops in May of this year. So, since this is the true ending and the canon ending, and all of these characters will be back, presumably, so... And the real soul canon was the friends we made along the way, yes.
Arguably, the real soul canon was the friends we lost along the way, but...
There's this last little scene here where the Tyrannus kind of goes back to sleep, and you can kind of see it getting covered in moss. And will we need it again? Well, yes. Apparently, according to the trailer for Fuga 2, it will be back. So, yeah. Again, thank you so much, everybody. This was great showing this game off, and I hope you had fun. Have a good rest of the marathon, and have a good night. go sleep. Thanks again, and I hope you have a good night.
You too.